Hello, yeah, and welcome back to Symbaroum. Which session number is this that we're on?
6?
6. I thought it was 6. So the last session was a bit of a doozy, in fact. And as we return, we find Pekome, played by V, and Meira, played by Stella, at the bottom of a somewhat rotted out, overgrown tower that descends into the earth below in the forest on a trip they've been on. And Pekome is in pretty dire straits. Her armor is nicked and pockmarked with wound impacts. There's blood all over it. Meira is rapidly on the mend after taking a health potion of sorts. And they both stand at the intersection of a subterranean catacombs of sort. There are 3 undead warriors scattered about the hallways immediately surrounding you, and Dane, Meira's sibling, has also joined the ranks of the dead and is lying not all that far away. And that's essentially where we left off. You're both at the bottom of the intersection. There is a rope nearby that leads back up to the forest beyond, and you're holding a flickering blue torch that's imbued with some of Dane's magical creativity. Take it away. What would you guys like to do?
Pekome is going to slowly limp around to each of the Draguls and make sure they're dead by doing a very sluggish overhead chop to decapitate all of them.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. No, that's with... Has she fetched her ordinary sword, or is she still holding Black Gift?
She's gone back to her ordinary sword.
Sword.
The Black Gift's a little too heavy right now.
Yeah, I feel that. Okay, so they all are very dead. I mean, they were dead from the start, but they're clearly not reacting at all. There's not much that goes into decapitating them. They don't bleed almost at all from wounds, and what little trickles there are, it's almost powdery. If you care to look at it, it's old, just like the rest of them. But you do get the sense that none of them are going to be rising again after you finish beheading them.
All right.
Meira is making awful noises as she is slumped over the body of her dead brother, howling like a dying creature.
Is this like quiet, restrained grief, or is she really howling? Howling? All right, just making sure.
She silently howls.
Ow. She buries her face into his chest and grips at his witch robes. She is racked with grief. And as the potion begins to take and she is revitalized, that energy is immediately put into her mourning.
The sound of Meira's grief is actually really uncomfortable. You're in this expansive area that you're not familiar with, and it's pretty oppressive beyond the reach of the torch. And before long, Meira's howls are coming back, distorted down the corridors, and there's no real telling how far they spread out or to what end. But for Peko especially, it probably gets pretty jarring.
Pekome is going to look around for her original torch and try to relight it using their blue flame.
Absolutely. What did she make the original torch out of again?
I think It was just like cloth on a
Mhm.
stick.
Okay.
It was
She-
just like an improvised torch.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. She did throw it down the northern corridor. There's a hallway, effectively north, south, east, and west, as far as you can tell, and it's still pretty much just where you threw it. If you were to walk a little ways, you'd find it. The cloth has almost all burned out at this point. That was quite a while ago, but you can recover it, and you can kind of get the wooden charred area burning again. And it does burn with more of a natural light than the one you have going right now. However, it's quite smoky, which is not pleasant in the sort of lack of ventilation that the area has. But it is effectively an additional torch that you have working. You don't really get the sense that it's quite as reliable as the other, but you've got two for the moment.
She's gonna slowly walk back over to Meira, where there's more of an opening for the air, and put the improvised torch next to the two of them against the wall
Mm-hmm.
to give her some light and some space.
Yeah, with the crumbled staircase that would have led to the tower that you guys entered, there's definitely enough room to prop it up. And the light from above has more or less faded out. You can tell that it's pretty near to dusk, if not already dusk, outside.
Mercury, thank you so much.
She's
Really,
gonna
really
just,
appreciate it.
Stare silently at Meira for a moment before tentatively walking up and placing a gauntlet on her shoulder.
Maida appears to be so occupied that she doesn't turn, she doesn't shrug you off. But as the energy that she pours into her grieving kind of begins to deplete, she just kind of shivers and her noises quiet and become muffled. As she's sort of like half kneeling there, half draped over the body of her dead brother. And eventually she pulls away. She's wiping at her face with her mask, because she has a mask on.
Would you like to take just a second to describe Meira, since we're doing it live?
Yeah, so Maida is a changeling. So what changelings are is there's this thing that happens where sometimes, for some reason that no one really knows why, elves will come and they will kidnap children in the middle of the night, infant children. They will replace them with changelings that over time begin to manifest these characteristics that are kind of elvish but not quite. And changelings have this sort of stigma that the whole idea of having a false identity, of not being who you were thought to be. You are not the blood child of this family, and they're sort of considered it overall as outcasts, and Maida is one of these. She is a ranger. She has specializations in weapons of that sort, and also kind of like a wilderness appreciation. She is kind of on the small side, about 5'2", I believe, and she's this unusual creature. She always wears a mask and a hood, but when she doesn't, she's completely hairless, and she has these sharp, almost elvish ears, and she has these sharp, almost piranha-like teeth, and her skin is quite rough and coarse. She has this sort of look to her skin that if you look very closely, it almost looks as if there's bone protrusions underneath that don't quite pierce the skin. She's definitely a gnarly looking thing, but she is pretty well covered, and she does not often show these qualities. She's dressed in dark clothing. And she's probably kind of bloodied and dirty. She technically was at 0 hit points and survived through some miraculous turn of events last session.
She was very far along the gates of death.
Yeah, just about as many death saves as you can get without kicking the bucket. So, Peika, do you want to add anything to the description for your character before we move on?
Well, Pekome is a very reclusive person. She was raised in nobility, but for various circumstances, was sent away to train as a knight with a family friend. And for those that do know her, you never really see her outside of the armor. You know, she wears this generally impeccable armor. At the moment, it is caved and cut, shredded, and just smeared in blood. But it's normally shining with streaks of blue and her family crest of a stag emblazoned on a half cape on the back.
Excellent. Love it. So you two, as Mayra sort of quiets down just a smidge, are still left in this intersection, and you could, do a couple things. There's still the cuneiform tablet. Your entire mission in heading out into Davokar was to recover this article of knowledge, this ancient relic for the Ordo Magica back in Thistlehold. You think it might be in the area from the journal that you read earlier, so you could look for that. You could climb the rope and run away. You can try to bed down. What do you decide to do?
Pekome is gonna pull her hand away as Mayra shrugs her off, and eventually she's gonna speak up and say, "We have to decide our next step, and we'll have to do it soon. We don't have much light left."
Would you even be able to climb up the rope? Do you possess the strength required to escape this pit?
She looks down at Dane and sighs a little. My concern isn't if I can make it up the rope. Unless we leave your brother, I don't see us bringing him up.
It is unwise for us to carry the dead. And she kind of looks away dramatically into the darkness. We are people that understand the frugality of life and death. If circumstances were different, perhaps he could be given a burial worthy of his character, but I don't think that he's going to leave this darkness.
Maybe not today, but one day we can return, properly prepared, and give him the burial he deserves.
I highly doubt that, but thank you.
Pekome glances down at the various tunnels and looks back up the way they came. I don't know if we can make it back through the forest to get help. If who we're looking for is still alive, they might be able to help us, but there's also the danger in the tunnels. Whichever path we take seems likely to be our end.
Well, We cannot stay down here. We require rest, but without a fire, we will be in the dark. And we will be vulnerable. I suggest we climb.
Pegome takes another glance around, and then her shoulders slump a little, and she just nods. If it's what you suggest, I'll follow your lead for this.
What? She says, What? You would explore this darkness with your wounds.
No, she just said she'll do what you suggested.
Perhaps Mayra is reading too much into your expression.
Go on.
Do you need me to push you up the rope?
I don't think that's how climbing works.
Oh, God. Dane's gone, and now it's just like our weird antagonistic relationship.
Do you still have your tent?
Yes. No. Everything is on the horse.
She sighs. Do I have... Alright, Pekome's going to pull out her sleeping roll.
Okay.
And, there's, like, plenty of, like, the rope we would use to climb up, it was tied to something, wasn't it?
The tree, yeah. Oh, I also
Yeah,
have
you
a
anchored it
sleeping
to
rope.
the tree.
Well, no, they also anchored the other end, didn't they? Because we couldn't pull it back up. Or-
Yes. So the bottom, the bottom of the rope has been looped around. It looks like a boulder would be doing it a disservice. It looks like it might have been a piece of statue or other formed rock, but it is just looped around and
Is
tied.
it one of the rocks I kicked down?
No, it's quite a bit larger.
Alright, then I'm gonna work on undoing that side of the rope,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna tie it around the sleeping bag to make sort of like a basket.
Okay. While you are doing this, could you each give me a vigilant roll, just at your base levels?
Oh, God.
Have
Bless
we
you.
ever succeeded at vigilant?
Sorry, who were you asking if you had or if Mayra had?
The group.
The group? Mayra
Dang,
has
did.
a couple times out
There's
of
a
a few dozen
There's
attempts.
a reason our group name is the Two Blind Mice.
Wow, you updated that real quick. All right, so you guys don't really notice anything. Just keep doing as you will.
Alright. Gonna make sure that the knot is sturdy and everything's set up, and then Pekome's gonna start taking off her armor.
Mayra.
Still at the base, right? Sorry, just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify. Okay, go ahead.
Mayra will also take out her sleeping roll. She'll lay it next to Dane.
Wow.
She'll kind of curl up and just be staring forward.
Like she's going to sleep, or
Yeah?
Pekome is making like a basket and putting her armor in it to like pull all of her stuff
Oh. I misread that. No, she does not do this. Okay.
Because she's way too weak to pull herself up with all of her armor on. She's failed multiple times.
Okay, so in that case, redact that. She's gonna help you as she notices what you're doing. She'll offer what supplies that she can to help make this better. He has climbing equipment.
If it has carabiners, that always helps.
Oh, the carabiners exist.
They no, they don't.
Look, we can wish.
There are things that might be equivalent that you could jury rig, but for the most part, yeah. I mean, as far as climbing supplies, you could assume there's some form of wrought device to let you more or less do the same thing.
Just help keep the knot in place.
Definitely clunkier and heavier, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, with the last piece of her armor, she unlatches her helmet, takes it off, and slides it into the sleeping bag.
What does Pekome look like without her helmet?
Big reveal.
And then the torch goes out.
Does Peiko extinguish the torch herself?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Still lit. Just
All
making
right.
sure.
So, Peikome, where are you standing, Mayor? Are you to the side? Are you behind her? Are you
Literally
looking
right
directly?
next to you.
Well, like, what angle? You're, like, looking directly at her face? Or...
Yes.
Alright. Then, in the blue light, you can see that she has very luxurious, like, golden hair, like, tied up into a sharp ball. The blue light almost seems to get sucked into her hair, like it seems to glow slightly on its own. And protruding just at the base of her forehead, you can see what looks to be small filed down points, almost like horns. And when you look at her face, you see sharp, angular features that almost look like bark or wood. And then when you look directly in her eyes, you see dark copper with specks of green floating around. And that's when you find out that Peikome is also a changeling.
Maida kind of stares at you, level, expressionless. Her eyes are very hard and cold.
And then she flips up her hood.
Do you climb first, or shall I?
From the shadows, you hear someone say in a questioning voice, I don't think you two are undead?
Peikome's gonna draw her sword and turn around.
At this point, a young Ambrian-looking man will step forth out of the shadows, and he's dressed quite well, like, really well. Really, really, really well.
Like the clothes of a noble?
I mean not a noble, he's rich.
So a well-off merchant or noble.
Yeah. He's got that nice silk armor, and it's many colors, and it's embroidered, and it's very pretty. And then he has, he's also ready to stab either of you, but not currently trying to. But he's got his shield ready and a dagger as well. No real big, honking sword, just a tiny little dagger. And the shield's nice and gilded and burnished and shiny.
Is there a sigil on the shield?
Nope.
Okay.
And yeah, he kind of just keeps looking between the two of you and the dead bodies on the ground, and then the two of you.
Pekome is going to move the torch so that the light isn't revealing her face and lower her head a little.
Who are you?
I'm hi. I'm Karmeon. Who are you?
Karmeon, what? She holds out the sword.
I don't. No, nobody's ever really added anything to that yet.
She lowers it slightly. What are you doing here? Why are you in these caves?
Well, you know, there aren't really ruins like this that are unexplored and fresh. They're rare. They never happen. I mean, they already happened.
So, you're an idiot.
Well, if I'm an idiot, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, then.
We have come on a mission given to us by the Ordo Magica.
Oh, yeah. Us too?
Us?
Meira will look over to Pekome and she says, Pekome, I think perhaps this is who we were looking for. Or at least their company.
Insert name of the lady we were looking for.
Aldis.
Aldis, yeah.
Pekome asks the newcomer if he has seen or heard of what happened to Aldis.
No. No?
Is that a suspicious no?
Is it a suspicious now?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I wouldn't
Okay.
say it's suspicious. There's more he's going to add.
Okay. Go on.
She was in here. You probably saw Arrow up there, and he points up, and then he kind of frowns.
His name was Arrow?
And
Pekome might recall from the journal that she pilfered through above. There were 4 people that she read about.
Mm-hmm.
One of them being Aldis, and her companions were Karmeon, so it all checks out so far.
Mm-hmm.
Arrow, A-R-O, who was coincidentally filled with arrows in the back,
Yeah.
but that wasn't an intentional combination or anything. And Bamillo.
Well, look, she didn't know that was Arrow. She just, it was a person up there that was likely from the group.
Oh, yes, definitely. It just, now that he's saying Arrow and kind of gesturing up, that's likely what comes to mind.
So you were part of Aldis's group, and you say you haven't seen her?
We were getting supplies, and then elves shot at us, and then I had to run down here, and then I got lost, and then I found Bamilo, but I didn't find Aldis.
Pekome looks over at Meira to try and gauge her opinion of this crazy person.
Meira will seem to go kind of quiet. complacent.
Well, we were about to leave. She points to the rope behind them.
I don't think I can do that. If I could just borrow your torch.
And what are you gonna do? Go off on your own into the dark?
Well, I don't. It won't be dark anymore.
Neither of these torches will last long enough for you to get anywhere in these tunnels.
I think we should work something out. I need to find Aldous. And you're here for Aldous?
More so her tablet, but we were also told to bring her back alive if we could.
I think you can. Also, I'm being paid to get those.
Well, so far, you've done a terrible job.
Karmeon looks at the various dead bodies and then the rope and then back the way he came. I mean, nobody's made it back yet.
So what is it you propose?
Well, I mean, you both, you don't look well.
Pekome is like still actively bleeding.
Maybe I can bandage you up and we can work on, we can just talk. And maybe look for Aldous after that. Maybe?
Pekome glances at the rope again, and then to the stranger. She slowly sheaths her sword, still holding the torch. Fine, but if you try anything, I will stab you in the throat.
I was gonna try and stop that bleeding.
Anything suspicious.
Okay. And then Karmeon will come closer and start getting out some supplies and try and tend to Pekome and, you know, kind of keep an eye on Meira and see if she needs any assistance too.
Pekome's gonna like turn away from him and try to like never be like face to face with him.
Yeah.
That will probably be a little difficult if he's bandaging most of her wounds. I mean, you of course can make the effort, but it will be really quite a challenge to hide your identity or at least your race up close and personal with a doctor type.
Look, he's not gonna get more than a glimpse.
That's totally fine. And for Karmeon's benefit, Meira looks to be covered in blood, but as far as you can tell, she doesn't really have very many wounds anymore, or perhaps even any. Just physically, I mean, she looks emotionally distraught and exhausted, but from a physical state of, she's more or less as healthy as, well, really more healthy than you would expect.
Yeah, you don't see the wounds; you just see like the dried blood.
Exactly. Some tears in her armor, but nothing more.
All right, well, I didn't pass the test.
Uh-oh.
So I just bandage her up and can't do that much.
Probably because Pekome was fighting against you.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Was for Medicus?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, great. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Do you have Medicus as an ability?
Yes.
Well, then you could click the little die by it if you have it set to quick,
Oh.
and that way it'll show up as an ability.
Oh. So I could.
Just for future.
Yeah. No, I gotcha. Thank you.
Alright. Well, as this back and forth between them happens, eventually Pekoma is just gonna pull away. Her distrust is still a little too heavy. So she's like, you can do this when we're in a safer place.
So, you killed the elves?
From what we saw of their tracks, they were already long gone.
That's good.
Have you not come across other monsters or abominations down here?
Oh, that's what. Yeah, that's what. Didn't I say that's what got Vamilo?
No?
Oh, yeah, they've got. Have you ever seen the Queen?
Which queen? Our queen?
The Queen. Yeah, our Queen?
Do you mean directly?
Yeah.
Have I ever witnessed her myself? I have
Yeah.
not.
Oh, me either. But if I had seen her, then she would have looked like the undead that was giving all the orders.
Maida
So you-
looks entirely confused and just helpless.
Pekome like rubs her forehead.
That's what Vamilo said.
Because apparently she's found another headache to deal with. So, what you're telling me is you saw the leader of the undead in this place.
Oh no, I didn't. Vamilo did?
And how did Vimilo die?
Them. That. It. Those?
She points to the Draggles.
Yeah.
Did you see him die?
Yeah.
How many were there?
There weren't any. They left.
You can tell she's getting very frustrated. How many enemies killed your friend?
Well, he really wasn't in a state to say.
You said you saw it.
Well, no, he saw. My group.
Did
You know?
witness his death?
Yeah, I watched him die, but they weren't there.
So you watched him bleed out afterwards.
I tried.
Her opinion on your medical skills has dropped even lower.
Hey, what are you gonna do if a man's guts is in his hands? Just put him back in? That doesn't work.
Better than pulling them out.
Well, I didn't do that either.
Uh-huh. She just crosses her arms at you at this point. Look, our torches aren't gonna last long. We have to get out of here for now. We can come back in the morning with a fresh set of supplies and torches. We can make them from the woods if we have to.
Okay. Yeah. I could get some. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Karmeon looks at Mayra.
Maida seems unsure of you.
Mayra, you lead. Whoever you are, she's already forgotten your name. You're after her, and then I'll go behind you.
I'm Karmeon.
I didn't ask anymore.
Maida will turn to the rope and begin to climb.
All right, so Mayra ascends. Does anyone else start climbing right away, or are you spacing it out so only one person's on at a time? What's the deal?
Pekome is going to not let him get on for a while until he's sure that like Mayor has got plenty of space between them.
And I'm sorry for not remembering this, but is your armor still down with you in the sleeping bag, or did you get rid of it already?
We turned the sleeping bag into like a sort of basket for everything.
Okay, but it's still with you in the basket.
Yeah, it's in the sleeping bag, so
Makeshift
like
basket.
once we all get up, we can just
You
pull it
can
up.
tie it and pull it up. Okay, all right, great. Go ahead. And so the rope kind of is difficult to see at the upper levels. There's still that unnatural shroud, and it works in both directions to an extent. It doesn't completely block out the light, but it does make seeing past it pretty difficult. So you see Mayra kind of scramble up, and she's not really that injured anymore, so she can do it with relative ease. And she passes through the shroud and disappears.
Once Meira makes it to the top, she will give the rope a bit of a tug to signify it is ready for the next passenger.
Karmeon goes if allowed.
She steps aside.
Mayra, could you roll me a quick test with an enemy disadvantage of -4?
Is that good for me or bad for
That's
me?
bad.
It's bad
That's
for you.
really bad for you.
Oh no. Do I have to do this?
You do, in fact, yes.
Alright.
Can I just get shot by the arrow?
Oh jeez.
A
Oh.
19.
At
Wow.
least it's not a crit. You know?
All right.
So
Almost.
for our viewers, this system is a D20 system. However, smaller numbers are better.
Half the
Yeah,
time.
that's a great point. So the way Symbaroum works is almost every roll is done by players, and they roll against a relevant stat. So in this case, quick. And on your character sheet, you will have a certain value of quick, and your objective with the roll is to roll beneath whatever your stat is. And then there are some modifiers that come into it. So the -4 basically makes it that much more difficult to get below the test. And that's the heart of the gameplay when we're actually doing things that require rolls.
Alright, so something horrible's happened to Mayra.
Oh no, a corgi attacked me.
Yeah, Corgi. We'll get back to that in just a second.
Oh god.
Bone Crusher has attacked you with a big slobbering hug.
Yeah, but there's a tug on the rope, and then Karmeon heads on up. And I guess we should also have the same roll for him.
E.
Okay.
You're reminding me a lot of our previous member.
That's harsh. So Karmeon disappears from view, Pekome, and after a moment, the rope kind of tugs again.
Alright. Pekome is going... She's not going to be able to carry the torches with her, so she'll just lie them at the base, like at the center of the room, at the base there. Go over to the rope and start climbing carefully.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Pekome reaches the top and sort of begins to... Well, as she reaches the top, there's no one around to help pull her out the rest of the way, because the rest of your party is apparently so selfish that they're not going to bother helping the injured knight.
That sounds a lot like how she feels.
Yeah, so it might not actually raise any red flags for you, but I'd like Peko to make a roll. Now, your test is going to be more difficult by merit of the fact that Peko is a dead woman walking right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wouldn't mind with a test of -6 for your quick.
Wow.
I mean, you're just making it easy on me.
just making it easy on you. You're honestly, Peiko's very quick, especially when she's not burdened down by all that armor.
Well,
Oh.
so we're all dead. It was nice knowing
No,
that.
it's fine. So for each of you, as you come above the sort of the line where your head can start seeing just outside the tower shaft, a pair of gloved hands just reaches forward, and it's two different people, you can tell, because it's like they're mirrored, right? Like the right on one side and the left on the other, to grab you by the shoulders and sort of just pull you the rest of the way and unceremoniously dump you on the grounds of the camp beyond. And you'll very quickly find someone standing with a boot sort of towards your midsection and a sword angled at your throat. And they don't say anything for Mayra or Karmeon, but there's definitely an implicit "you probably shouldn't do anything or we'll kill you" vibe they're giving out.
Mhm.
When Peikome comes and receives the same treatment, she's tossed to the ground, rolled over, and a third person sets a blade to her throat. And the person above her kind of leans down, and she has a hood on, but you can probably still make eye contact unless it's like a daredevil type hood, right?
It's just like a normal ranger.
Yeah,
hood.
just a normal hood. Okay. Would you roll? Let's see. I actually don't think there's a great roll to cover this. How much time did you spend putting into sort of recalling certain details about the people you were talking to in Thistlehold? Was she super attentive, or was she just kind of trying to get on and out?
Because she's a noble, she thinks a lot of people are beneath her, so she probably didn't pay a ton of attention.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I figured. So this person does not seem all that familiar to you. And Mayra was fairly distracted. The last chance she would have gotten to recognize these folks as well. So as far as you're concerned, these are people you have not met before. But the man standing over Peikome is sort of grizzled. He's a little on the heavier side, especially since he's putting weight on you. And he leans down and he goes, "Well, if it isn't the errant noble from House Bori."
Who?
The guy looks a little frustrated by that response, and he puts his weight more heavily on your stomach, and that hurts. It's just a normal leather beaded foot, but you also have a bunch of cuts and such, so it's probably excruciating, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "This isn't the time for games, my lady. I was at the gate when you arrived at Thistlehold, and we've been following you ever since. Now, this doesn't have to be an inimical meeting, but I'm gonna need cooperation from all of yous."
Okay.
Peikome is just silent.
Okay. Ikome is silent. Karmeon pipes up, and that attracts the man's attention, and he studies Karmeon for a few seconds before glancing up and looking to his companions, which might draw your attention that way as well. So there's one person each kind of keeping guard of the three of you. And you notice there are three other people who have more or less moved into the campsite. They're sitting along the bench, sitting along the fire, which has been stoked back to life. And they all look like the mercenary variety of person. Pretty well equipped. A couple of them are scarred and fairly comfortable. They don't look very nervous or concerned with the situation right now. The man who's been speaking with you studies Karmeon for a few seconds and then goes, "Who in the Queen's name are you? You're not the person they set out with."
I'm nobody in the Queen's name. I'm just Karmeon.
The man regards Karmeon somewhat blankly for a few seconds and then goes, huh. And then he looks down at Peckham and goes, he with you.
Never seen him before.
That's true.
Ugh. Makes a little disgusted noise and shoves off of Pekome. He takes a step back and waves at his companions to do likewise for Karmeon and Meira. Then says, now, you can sit up and make yourselves comfortable, but let's be clear. Any rash action is just going to lead to the three of you living in a real shallow grave from now on.
How can you live in a grave?
Does she ask that out loud?
Yes.
All right, he's going to say, you're testing my patience, lady.
What is it you want? Exactly?
He takes a moment to sheath his sword and then drapes a hand over the pommel, and he's sitting quite comfortably as he regards the three of you. But he focuses on Pekome. He says, I'm here as a representative of certain parties. And these parties are interested in securing the support of the heir of House Bori. Now, I'm not in a position to say what will be expected of you, but I have been asked to secure your future cooperation unequivocally.
She crosses her arms and tries to adopt a more relaxed pose and says, I'd love to help you, I really would, but I'm not Bori. I'm the double they sent out. You know? We can't just have a noble running around all alone.
He looks a little frustrated by that. And let's see. Do you have anything in particular to aid?
I'm very persuasive.
Yeah, you are very persuasive. I'm just wondering, I'm taking a look at your abilities real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we're not going to roll for that right now. That might come up soon, though. He makes a dismissive noise. And he says, look, I appreciate the effort, but we've been following the three of yous from before. And he looks over at Karmeon and says, not you.
Yeah.
And looks back at Pekame and says, from before you even left Thistlehold, we've had people following you through the city. We followed that barbarian over there, and he nods to Meira when she went to get your supplies. And we followed you from Thistlehold, and we followed you here. So we know that it's you. And we know that you are who we're after. So you can continue to insist you aren't who we say you are, in which case we'll kill you and be on our way. Or you can come into the fold and things can continue just as well as you'd like them to. And he pauses and then glances over the state that the three of you are in, which is, to a man, awful right now.
Mm-hmm.
He says, hell, we can even make things a little easier for you.
Pekome's gonna look at her companion and the other guy she just met. And see what their reactions are to all this.
Karmeon shrugs and looks confused.
So she looks back and then shrugs. It's like, you guys are rather persistent, aren't you?
That we are, my lady. And he takes another step back before saying, all we want is your promise that when and he pauses and gestures to himself and says, I'm Regard, by the way. We've met.
We have?
We have, yes.
She
And he looks
sounds
a little
like
peeved
actually
by that.
confused.
Yeah, he looks a little peeved by that, but he doesn't really pursue it. He just shakes his head irritably and says, when I come calling and say that my representatives have a request from you, for you, you will do everything in your power to comply. And if you do, your entire house will be the better for it. If you do not, then House Bori will lose its heir and lose the honor of its name in disgrace. Knowing what you are, can imagine you want all the allies you can get, Lady Bori.
With the like pretty open threats, like around her house and who she is, she doesn't like grab her sword, but she does rest her hand on like the pommel.
Okay.
You know, like in a defensive posture, but she's clearly not being aggressive about it.
Uh-huh. It does sort of smarten up the stances of both the man you're speaking with and the others that are nearby. And one of the people who's over by the fire on the sort of stump has a small crossbow. It looks relatively light, and he sort of just sets a hand over on it. But there isn't an incredible amount of hostility in any of the gestures. It's more just, wariness or taking care.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna relax her grip, look away for a moment, and be like, very well, I agree to your terms.
Well, that's just about made my month, Lady Bori. We'll be on our way before too long, but it's late enough that we'll just be staying here for the night to keep you company. And he glances over to the others, kind of nods, and one of the folks rises up and comes over, and she'll open her pack and sort of produce a number of herbal concoctions that she'll just kind of toss down on the ground close to where you folks are. And then everyone eases up. You three are pretty much free to do what you want right now. Regard and the others congregate around the fire, but there are spaces for you. There's spaces nearby for you to make your own camp. They have more or less completely lost interest for the moment.
Pekome is going to slowly and warily pick up the herbal concoctions and then look over at Karmeon and be like, are you injured?
No?
I find that hard to believe.
Pekome, I am injured.
She looks at the perfect health Mayra over there. Where?
I am doing better than I thought.
Regard?
He'll kind of look over at you again and then go, what? And who are you?
I'm Karmeon.
All right.
I
don't know.
You're Regard, I'm Karmeon.
Yeah.
Gestures at the rest of Regard's minions. They're them. you're gonna leave us on our own tomorrow. Yeah?
That's the plan.
So you don't mind if right now I maybe make some more of those? 'Cause she's gonna need more of those.
Okay, yeah, and Karmeon is definitely familiar with herbal cures, and you do know that you'd be able to use them to sort of enhance your medicus rolls on people.
Yeah.
And he kind of glances between you and the rolls of supplies, and he'll glance this way and that, and then go like, "Doesn't matter to me."
Karmeon will start kind of searching the nearby woods for various herbs and minerals and etc.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how you do. You
I
do very
make
well.
1 single novice elixir.
Is that the first pass?
Yes.
Is it the first pass of the night?
Yeah.
Wow, it is.
Yes.
Congratulations! You've
Clap,
made
clap, clap, clap,
an
clap,
elixir.
clap.
Was I given consumables or like things that would require medicus?
So you have an item called an herbal cure. You have 3 of them,
Mhm.
and I can pull it up real quick because I forget the exact.
Is that the 1 toughness?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can use it for a pretty weak heal by itself, or someone with the medicus ability, like Karmeon, can use it to upgrade the heal from 1d4 to 1d6.
Mhm.
So it can potentially be an increase of 2, or it can be a guaranteed increase of 1.
I don't think he can do it now though, because he already tried.
It can only
Yeah,
be
no,
used once per patient and day. Yeah. So he can't use it
yeah.
tonight. You could use one right now, and he could use another on you tomorrow. That would be totally acceptable.
I think that's what she's gonna do, because
Yeah.
she still doesn't fully trust him yet. You know, he like, she knows what they're after. She doesn't really know much about what he's after. He's very weird.
He has
So-
not been the most forthcoming, even if that seems to be more a matter of his personality than anything else.
He's not very comprehensive.
Mm-hmm. So while Karmeon is sort of hunting around in the dusk for these herbs to piece together, what do Pekome? Well, Pekome starts bandaging herself up and kind of covering the worst of her wounds. What does
the
Mayor do?
massive gash along her side?
Mm-hmm.
Maida kind of sits in between, like halfway between Pekome and then halfway between our newest companions. And she looks between the two. She definitely has an ear leaning towards our new company and is trying to eavesdrop onto them and whatever conversation they're having, trying to
Yeah, absolutely.
assess some of their temperament.
Let's see. Could you give me a roll of cunning, I suppose, or would that?
Or how
I
about
think
Yeah, no,
that would be
vigilant?
discreet.
Oh, vigilant. Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
what we're gonna do now that I'm thinking about it a little more is we'll have 2 rolls. You'll roll vigilant to hear,
Okay,
and you'll roll discreet to sort of
do it
You know.
covertly.
covertly do it or not. So go ahead and give me a vigilant roll, and you don't need any modifier at all. It'll just be flat.
Heck yeah!
Okay, that is
Second
a success. And if you would not mind rolling discreet, and that can actually, so that would be an enemy disadvantage of, say, 1. Positive 1.
Maida is very sneaky. Nope. Oh fuck.
Okay, interesting.
Roll again. All right, Mayor
So, yeah,
walks
roll
up to
once
them
more.
to listen.
Listen. Okay, so chat. Oh, 20 is the worst thing you can roll.
And we have.
Oh my god.
serious?
Wow.
Good.
That's
We're
interesting.
Good. We're safe.
So what we did right there was confirm if it was a critical failure, and it was not.
It
We're
was not,
playing-
yeah.
We are playing on the rare crits rule, where if you roll a crit success or a crit fail, you have to roll again and get it a second time for it to confirm.
Yeah, so for something to be a total fumble or a staggering success, after you roll a crit, you roll it a second time, and you have to crit that second time, so it's twice
No,
in a
you just
row.
have to fail. Or, like, fail or pass.
We've been doing it the whole time where it's been 20 or 1.
Is that really the case?
Yeah, it's just pass-fail is how that rule works. But we haven't had another pass-fail after the...
Yeah, no, you're totally right.
It's never been applicable.
Yeah, it's never been applicable. So it's not a double crit. It is just a success. I misspoke, but it's just to make them a little more important or rare. And to date, we haven't actually had one, so it's working. Mara leans a little in towards the group of mercenaries, and she can overhear a couple different lines of conversation. There are 6 people all told, and one of them, another man who looks perhaps 3 or 4 years younger than Regard, starts talking with him again when he shows up around the fire. And from what you can gather, they're discussing the trip back and whether it's going to be dangerous or not. And Regard just kind of tosses in there like, anything that gets us out of guard duty for another day or two is fine by me. And from that, you can certainly gather that some of the people around here may be involved with the watch in Thistlehold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
And that might even jog your memory that Regard was the gate guard that you declared everything to when you entered the city. He was the one that Pekome spoke with. But anyway.
Who?
You also hear... Sorry?
Who?
Who exactly? Freaking nobles. They don't care about the common man. There are
She
2
barely
others
cares about her party members.
who are discussing you, as far as you can tell, and sort of saying that the meeting was unexpectedly easy. And one of the others says, like, well, we sure didn't need 6 people, but I mean, better safe than sorry, right? That's and honestly, that meeting with the those barbarians we ran into might have gone a lot worse if the numbers were more even, and the other person just kind of grunts and nods in agreement. And there are a few other snippets of conversation, but for the most part, they seem to be just concerned with themselves. There's a couple rumors about something going on with Thistlehold. Apparently, one of the other guardsmen that they know is in the middle of a pretty messy relationship with 2 other people whose names aren't familiar to you. And that's more or less it. Now, partway through this conversation, the woman on the log with the crossbow, or sorry, it's a second woman, because it was a fellow with a crossbow earlier, but she's kind of keeping an eye on your group. And as discreet as Mayra attempts to be, they did just come through the woods of Davokar to ambush you, so you're somewhat pretty high on their monitoring list at the moment. And she takes note of you kind of snooping, and she'll call everyone's attention to it when she raises her voice and she says, like, you can join the fire if you want, you know?
Meira gets up and she moves over to Pekome and begins to help Pekome.
Pekome's gonna like stare at her in surprise.
No, you are doing this wrong. Here, let me help you.
Why would you want to help me now, after everything that's happened?
She doesn't say anything. She just kind of keeps working, helping to clean the injury and dress it with the herb stuff.
Pekame swears as the herbs apply.
She pushes it in deeper.
Ah, you're going for that subtle revenge.
I must not let it fester.
Wouldn't be the worst way I could have died tonight.
Then she'll lower her voice. And she'll say, "What do you think of these people?"
I think if I had my armor, I would have fought them.
I do not like them.
You're right not to.
And what about him? She kind of like casts her eyes out to whatever direction Karmeon has gone off to.
Karmeon is grinding away another herbal cure with really the same one he rolled on. It's just, it takes a while. With a mortar and pestle.
I think he spent too much time in that darkness, lost too many people. He seems addled. Though, I guess we aren't too different from that right now.
Maida kind of deflates a little, and she'll just continue helping, mostly quiet. But with very terrible bedside manner.
A bit after the silence, Pekome would look at Mayura and, with a bit of hesitation, suggest that you could try asking them to help recover your brother. It might be the only way we could bury him, or whatever your people would do.
What would my people do? So I'm from the Ode Iova tribe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what would your people do? So the culture across the tribe can even vary from settlement to settlement within the region. So honestly, it's kind of up to you to decide what you would have been raised with as a proper form of respect for the dead.
Maida will think back fondly to memories of her brother, and she hears his voice in her mind. Dane's voice. Dane says in her mind,
Kory, speak up.
Burn them.
Okay. Yeah. Maida just kind of immediately stops helping you. She just like drops whatever she has in her hands. And then she slinks over to the fire.
Mm-hmm. A couple of the conversations die out as she approaches, and maybe 4 sets of eyes left to keep an eye on her.
My brother's body is down there. She gestures over to the sunken tower. I will pay for his retrieval.
The last conversation that's been going on kind of peters out as Mayra speaks, and Regard looks up to consider her and then consider the tower, and then he shrugs and nods and says, "Well, that's reasonable enough. How much you got on you?"
Maida starts emptying out her pockets. She just literally pulls out everything she has, which is 3 thaler, 6 shilling, and 9 ortek. And she just has it spread between her palms, and she just extends this small but not insignificant amount of money out towards them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of a desperate gesture, right? It's kind of a literally emptying her pockets and handing it out.
Yeah, So they keep an eye on that. And when she starts rooting around and just pulling out a pretty paltry amount of coin, right, at the end of the day. I mean, a thaler's a lot more than most people see, but at the same time, this is the death of a sibling they're talking about.
And
So she
also
starts rooting about... Sorry, V?
And also their corrupt guards.
Also the corrupt guards. I mean, you don't know that. But also, yeah. One of the people there is just gonna go like, oh, by the Dark Lord, look at her, regard. Listen, lass. Come the morning, we'll drag your brother up out here and just keep the coin, all right? We'll do it.
She immediately shoves it all away. She just kind of awkwardly stands there looking at them.
Yeah. So most of them kind of begin to just strike up in the conversations they're having again, although they are a little more aware of you than before you'd come over by the fire. One of them ends up kind of shrugging, and it's the same one that had just spoken up and goes like, sorry for what it's worth about your brother. But doesn't really seem interested in conversation beyond that. He just turns back to the person he was speaking with before.
I think she probably ends up, after standing there awkwardly for a little longer, she looks over at Pekome to see what Pekome is doing.
Pekome is passed out.
Okay.
She doesn't try to fall asleep, but the exhaustion
is just too much.
Caught up.
All right.
So then Maida will sort of plant herself down, like halfway between the campfire, halfway between Pekome. She just picks up a stick and she just starts digging just a small, tiny, insignificant hole into the ground with this stick.
Okay.
I roll 1d4 for that herbal cure, right?
No.
Is it just one?
Just one.
Okay.
You roll 1 die 1.
Yeah, just a flat.
Oh, I roll 1 die 1. Let's do it.
I wonder what
crit success. Let me check to make sure it's a crit success.
So Peka's out for the night, and Mira's occupied with digging the hole right now. Does Karmeon get up to anything else as the evening goes on? The other guards and travelers seem to start settling in. It looks like there are going to be 2 up at any given time to keep watch.
There's gonna be a small, sad moment where Karmeon discovers his pack that had been ransacked and his clothing that had been ripped up to make torches.
Yeah.
Your clothing's all at the bottom of the well.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it had
some
also
of it is
been
left
pitched
in
down
scraps.
below.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, that's amazing.
And he's just gonna sigh and look over at Meira and Pekome, and then he's just gonna like ball up his backpack and go and use it as a pillow near the fire.
Okay, excellent. So the night passes, and it is a rare opportunity for everyone to sleep really as long as you possibly can, because other people are keeping an eye on things unless you don't trust them to.
Pekome does not have a choice.
Yeah, Pekome is just exhausted and asleep.
I think over time, as Maida is bored of digging her little twig hole, she will drift over towards Pekome, lay out her sleeping bag, then like curl up there, and she will also just rest, but very warily and often throwing a look over towards the others.
Mm-hmm. And for their part, the group seems to be fairly professional as things go. 2 people do keep an eye out at any given time, and the rest sleep, and the night passes without interruption.
So
Come
it
the
was dark,
morning.
but there were no terrors.
Yeah. Yep,
Nice.
it was dark, but there were no terrors, aside from the ones you've already identified underground.
Hey, that was during the day.
True. So you may do your little health regen activities for a night's rest if you'd like.
I'm up to 5 resolute boys.
Just killing it early. Come the morning, life begins to stir through the camp, and it's probably a little surreal for the group of you, because you had been traveling as 3 previously, the group of you 2, not counting Karmeon. And things were pretty quiet and scarce because you hadn't hired any help and you weren't, it was a small group. And now there's a pretty decent number of people out and about. So you do wake up to the sounds of conversation and talking, and people are cooking food. Some other people are on their way to the river to get more water for their supplies. And shortly after breakfast, the collection do set up a few rope lines to join the one that you have had set up the whole night, and go down, and they'll find Dane without really needing much help or direction, but you're welcome to bring them. And they'll collect the body and hoist him back up into the camp and lay him down, just kind of in the middle of things. And at that point, the others have packed up, and they're pretty well set. And Rigard will glance the 3 of you over and say, "We'll be taking our leave now. We've got to get back. Do your best not to die out here. That wouldn't be to the benefit of anyone, now would it?"
Killing me is harder than it looks.
He smirks at that. He says, "I'm sure it is." And with that, the group of 6 will prepare to depart. If any of you want anything more of them, there's clearly a window, but if not, they'll be leaving.
Picum is gonna work about trying to get her armor up.
Do they have horses?
They do not have horses. Your horse is the only horse to be seen.
There's only one horse in this world.
Okay, here's a question. Stella doesn't know. Maida would know.
Yeah.
What would be the most logical, the most obvious way to transport Dane? Would it be more frugal to have
on
them?
the horse and then walking alongside it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the most practical thing would be to kind of strap Dane to the horse as you return, if you're looking to bring his body back to Thistlehold or just away from where you are now. That's the easiest. It definitely doesn't look like they
Are equipped to do that?
are equipped to play
Okay.
pallbearer or anything like that.
Okay, never mind then. No, Maida just kind of gives them a glum nod as they're getting ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Karmeon isn't going to interrupt them any.
Okay. So before long, the 3 of you are left with a body that is now joined Arrow, and access to a set of labyrinthine ruins below the surface.
Karmeon's going to probably try and give Pekome another medical once over if she'll let him, and give it the good old college try about convincing them to go back down there and not abandon Aldous
Well,
while doing it.
let's see how you roll.
Yeah, we're going to do the medicus.
Fantastic. Give it a go.
Hey!
All
All
right.
right.
Picome,
So,
now that she's rested and slightly healed up a bit, seems much less on edge.
Yeah. And how much?
1d6.
Well, what I mean more is how much is still missing.
She is. It does
Are you
look
at-
like she's still barely standing.
You're at 2.
Yeah,
right?
I can take 2 damage and then I'm dead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
I was trying to say without numbers, Kory.
No, I like numbers.
Okay. So you regain 3 extra points of toughness, Peikome,
Nice.
which means you
Yeah.
feel awful, but a little less like you're gonna fall apart with every step, which is good.
Aldous, I think Aldous is still down there.
Pekome will have like stopped trying to pull up her armor when he walked up to try and heal her.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all right. I mean, we could go back, but we'd have to hurry. I don't know what you want to... He's going to look over at Mira and be like, I don't know what you want to... That's your brother. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want to do there. Arrow's dead. He kind of looks over at Arrow awkwardly.
Without shovels, burying him would be hard.
Yeah, very. And Bamilos, he's dead too.
Even harder.
Yeah. Maybe we should just hurry?
Pekome is going to look over to see what Mayura is doing.
Maida is probably doing inventory of the stuff on the horse. She says, we do not possess anything that would be of help. I think we should move along expediently as we can, so we may look to the dead.
And then we'll come back for Aldous?
Yes.
Aldous might join the dead if we leave to come back.
What?
I
didn't.
She takes a deep breath. But how long until you would run out of supplies? How long until you'd starved or gotten caught by those monsters?
Then let's hurry, Karmeon says, and heads towards the horse to kind of maybe try and nudge it along.
Pekome is going to walk up to Mayura and kind of awkwardly stop behind her.
What is it, Pekome?
What do you plan to do? Are you going to return home, or?
I still need to get paid. And Bone Crusher is back at Thistlehold, so I suppose I will remain in your employ for now.
Pekome glances over to Karmeon. Do you have oil with you?
Please,
Oil?
have oil.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I think that's what... Did you check the pack?
She looks over to Mayura, because I think Mayura looted it.
Because that's what we went back to get.
The pack got crushed at one point.
I don't remember the fate of the pack. All I know is that a lot of it got squished. A lot of it got brutalized.
You pulled an awful lot of things out of it and then lit it on fire and threw it at the bottom of the shaft.
We threw the clothes on
Oh,
fire.
right. Just the clothing, yes, which is why the pack's there.
And then some mice had chewed through it.
The bottom of the foodstuffs were eaten. If Yeah, if Karmeon and Arrow had not gotten it from the pack already, before getting attacked and fleeing into the tunnels, we can definitely say that there is a canister or two of oil in there.
With oil, we could make real torches, and we could go for all this now.
Well, let's do that, and then Karmeon will head over and search the pack, including that secret pack compartment where clearly the oil was.
All the clothes had been hiding it. It was just so jumbled up.
Yeah.
Mayra,
Yes.
I know you want to hurry and give Dane his proper rights, but there are still those living who need our help for now.
I will stay with you, Pekome, until we will cross that road when we come to it.
She shakes her head and heads back to the rope, but says there won't be an until this time.
Okay, you go first.
Pekome is gonna wait for Karmeon to work together to get torches ready.
Yeah.
You know?
Karmeon will help make torches. It's like alchemy, but not.
Because with oil and actual cloth, we can make a torch.
And now we have torches. Yay!
Yay!
Excellent.
All right, and then once we have the torches, Pekome will climb down, or start climbing down the rope, and then when she gets to the bottom, light the torch.
Okay. Does everyone follow, or is it just Pekome scouting things out to begin with?
I think the
Karmeon's
intention is to
definitely gonna
go.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Excellent.
Karmeon is in a pretty okay state. Mayra's in a pretty okay state, and Pekome is not.
Mm-hmm.
But Pekome is probably still the hardest to kill out of all of you.
Yeah, so after Pekome gets down and definitely spacing it out, right? Meira will go next.
Yeah, because if we break our only rope, we're screwed.
It would be bad.
It does help that Pekome is not going up and down this in half plate armor.
Yeah. That does make things quite a bit easier.
Scene shift.
Scene shift.
As the other two are climbing down, as
Mhm.
long as I don't get ambushed, she's gonna start putting her armor back on.
Okay. Yeah. So when you reach the bottom, the intersection is still very much as you remember it from before. The beheaded undead are there and unmoving. They really do seem to just be corpses at this point. And everything seems more or less the same, with the sort of improved light from your torch, now that you have a real torch, more so than just a makeshift collection of things to burn for a couple seconds. You can see a little further down each of the passages. You can tell that the northern passage, where the undead had come from initially, extends quite some ways, and you can't really see much beyond to that. The eastern passage only goes perhaps 15 or 20 feet before just a cave-in has choked it off. It does look, however, that there might be a few gaps here and there, and depending on how much has caved in, perhaps you could squeeze or excavate your way through, but it would be very difficult to head that way. The southern passage also continues without end, as far as you can tell, just from your vantage point where you are. And the western passage is where Karmeon initially came from.
All right. Pekome is fully armored, and we're all together again.
Who's gonna hold the torch?
Pekome holds it out to Karmeon.
Karmeon shoves away his dagger and takes the torch.
You did say you wanted the torch.
I did?
When we first met, you asked for our torch.
You're right.
Maida
Okay.
will draw her bow and string it.
And then Pekome will look around and then look back to Karmeon. Which way should we go? You've been here longer than either of us.
Maybe not the way I've already been.
It's difficult to remember, in all honesty. You spend a lot of time stumbling around in the dark after fleeing the elves. And from what you recall, it's quite a labyrinthine array of passages leading out from this point.
Yeah, I think to start just not in the direction of Milo's body.
Well, if you two never found Aldous, then we might as well check in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Cover more total ground.
So which way do you go?
North.
North. All right. Cool. Who is sort of the
Pekome
pathfinder of the group right now?
I would guess it would be Pekome, Karmeon, Meira.
I mean, probably person with the light first.
Yeah, well, just don't get stabbed.
Yeah,
Just don't
Karmeon will
get
just go
stabbed.
first.
Okay. Sure. So Karmeon and
How
Maida
wide
will
are the
be.
tunnels?
say that again.
How wide are the tunnels? Like, is it one person? Could we all stand abreast?
You could all stand abreast. The tunnels or the passages are somewhere in the order of, I'd say, 6 to 7 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
And this is accounting for deterioration and bits of fallen and destroyed metal and stone that have begun to cover the sides. Originally, they may have been wider still. And as you start moving, in fact, you do see there are portions of hallway that are more untouched by the passage of time than others. And those areas look pretty impressive by your standards. I mean, there isn't an awful lot of stonework in Thistlehold. It's all wood.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other settlements that have, stone wrought palaces and buildings, and none of them really match the smooth lines and the inlaid symbols that you can spot here or there. Although for the most part, it's ravaged. You only catch glimpses, but those glimpses are borderline breathtaking. That said, yeah, so you could all stand abreast, or you could fill out. It would be a little tight, but doable.
Pekome will walk alongside the torchbearer.
Yeah, Maida will kind of be just a few paces behind them.
Okay. So Karmeon and Meira, would you please roll vigilance?
One day I'll succeed one of these.
Yeah.
Is it at 0?
Yeah, it's 0.
Oh. We rolled at the same time, so I got excited for a moment.
Nope.
It's a good thing
Okay.
he didn't ask you to roll it.
I wanted to
kidding.
participate.
Sorry. Karmeon, as you're kind of leading the way, you can notice that every, say, 30 feet or so, where there's room and a surface to do it, there appears to be a sigil of some kind. It doesn't appear to have any meaning other than just being a marker of its own right. Has kind of been dug into the surface of the wall where it's not just pure stone, to kind of mark the way.
Mm-hmm. And is this fresh or just part of the building?
It does. I mean, it's a little difficult to date, but it's where it has been marked. It has been marked on perishable surfaces, like a growth of moss or, an area where the dirt has built in through the cracks. So you would assume that it has been recent. It might be tied to your group, perhaps, but that could be a stretch.
Karmeon will point it out and make that stretch as well. He's going to be like, Aldous did this. And he'll point it out. And then he'll kind of pick up the pace a bit.
Okay.
And he'll look for those from here on out.
Picome is going to be slightly surprised. I was just about to say we should look for markings of some kind.
Excellent.
Do not forget to look out for more undead.
It is foreboding as you keep going through these ruins. The torch is quite healthy in terms of the light that it provides, but it is a very stark difference just from the edge of the light beyond. I mean, you're in the pitch darkness outside of that illumination.
Do we see any sconces as we go along?
Here and there are sconces, but anything that they once held, they appear to be some kind of wrought iron design, and they're empty. They do not hold anything anymore.
So the place was at least designed to have light at one point.
It was, yes. At one point in time, you can imagine that these halls were lit. And
Picome quickly points out the sconces to the others. If we get in a fight, put the torch up there as quick as you can.
Okay, yeah.
The path you take is pretty convoluted. There are a number of intersections, and as far as you can tell, there's an awful lot of just room. This complex that you're in is expansive. But each time you come to an intersection with a little bit of searching down one way or another, you do find a sigil to guide your way. And eventually, you come across a battered doorway. The door is gone and rotten, and it's expansive. It's large enough that really most of you could stand shoulder to shoulder and pass through at the same time into a side room that is partially choked out by a collapse in the ceiling. But you can see there's about half of a staircase that has been cleared away and appears to lead down to another level of this complex. You're not chained to the sigils, by the way. You can explore other areas of the level, but this is where it leads.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Karmeon is just going to keep heading in the direction of evidence unless convinced or stopped.
Picome would suggest that, we can follow these to the end, and then if we don't find her, we can use these as a way back to check where we haven't been.
Yeah.
Every now and then, Meira will falter a few more steps behind. She'll kind of turn her ear towards the darkness behind them to see, or I guess to hear, if there's any noise in their wake in the distance, just to kind of be aware of their surroundings, and then she'll jog up a little bit to catch up.
Okay.
What do your elven ears see?
Go ahead and roll Vigilant -1.
Okay. Think. Boop. Oh,
What
God.
is with us in Vigilant?
Okay. As far as you can tell, the only sounds that are coming from anywhere within this nest of halls right now is from your group. It can be difficult, just the sounds of travel and the crackle of the torch are enough that it can be hard to tell whether you can hear anything from beyond, but to your best estimation, it's all quiet.
Gotcha. This is fine. She catches up.
Alright, well, down the staircase we go.
Okay. You head down the staircase to the region below. And if you wouldn't mind,
Uh-oh.
just bringing your little peoples into the map. Gonna be entirely honest with you guys. This is the first time I've done any map creation, and it's a real hatchet job.
Is this what all the oh no's were?
In part. In part. Okay. So you can just go ahead and explore, and we'll reveal more and more of the map as that happens. And see
Alright.
what goes on. You
Just gonna-
descend into this antechamber type area. It's just a set of stairs. It does look like the western portion of the room would have once gone on much further, but it has collapsed. It's filled with dirt and the vines and roots of plants that have infected the area, and it's choked off. However, there is a passage, and there's only one passage out of the room.
Yeah, I'm just gonna collect everyone together if I can,
You can.
and try. I can.
Dare you.
Oh, well, okay. Are we not? Okay. We'll just.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then we all step onto an acid trap.
And
You're
we can't see anything
dead.
else.
Okay, yeah. I just need to select the tool.
So, remember when the last time Pekome stepped into darkness, she fell like 20 feet?
Yeah, but
No.
this time we're not stepping into darkness.
I don't remember that because I was a different character.
This time we have a torch.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Oh, hey, look at this. Then yeah, I mean, outside of there being, you'll kind of be careful and keep an eye out for like obvious dangers. But he's just gonna.
The obvious traps.
Yes.
Okay. So the corridor down here is far more intact than the upper level, or presumably the other side of the complex happens to be. And it's all the more impressive for it. The stone has this kind of otherworldly white quality to it that reflects the light from your torch and does a great job of illuminating it. So you can see that it goes on for quite some distance. It looks to branch up ahead, and further along into the darkness, you think you can make out some kind of obstruction.
Okay. Well, just gonna keep on, especially if the sigils scratched in it haven't gone away. Just keep on.
So
keeping
they
on.
have. At this
Oh,
point,
they have.
yes. At this point,
It runs all the way
because
back.
the walls are so much better in terms of their overall quality,
Yeah.
maybe there just wasn't room to
Yeah.
etch into it. The stone looks resistant. If you were to try to cut into it, you would find that you have very little success in doing so. Or maybe the person marking them just stopped.
Especially since there seems to really there's an obstruction, so it seems like there's only one way.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, we might as well just keep going. Yeah.
As we're like going through here, Maida will kind of shift her focus to just their more immediate area, and she's going to try to see if there's anything littering the ground, any blood stains, any debris that shouldn't belong here, that kind of thing.
So for the most part, the ground is just this marble-like stone. There are a few scuffs here and there, but they look extremely old and worn. That said, the fact that they're there at all might be a little concerning, because it is such a resilient floor that whatever has caused these gashes, it makes the mind wonder. Nothing like blood, though.
Okay.
Maida keeps her thoughts to herself.
Are there
Mhm.
still vines along the walls?
No. So the vines were mostly where the dirt had broken through at the collapse, and they were more prevalent up above. But here, it's more or less quiet and untouched, and that becomes increasingly true the further you walk down this hallway. When and if you reach the intersection, I'll just eliminate the rest of.
What do we see at the end of the hallway? Can we see it?
Yes. So as you get closer, that becomes a little more apparent. The hallway seems to continue until the top of the ceiling has caved in once more, and there are fairly substantial, like man-sized chunks of the same white stone that have fallen to kind of block out whatever you can see beyond that. It just more or less stops.
I'm gone. They deleted me.
What? We're at the
I
intersection.
think they just moved you.
Yeah, no, I don't see me.
Scroll
Oh,
down.
what?
Is
Yeah,
it
I'm
still-
down.
Is there still a fog there for you?
No, I don't see me. My marker.
It's right here.
It's quite odd.
Oh, now it's there. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so the three of you reach there. The complex just stretches on.
Karmeon gets lost for a moment. He can't see himself.
These
Well,
holes are dangerous.
onward to the intersection right ahead of us.
Okay. So you move along the three Ians to this intersection.
Ambush.
To the north, you see the corridor continue in much the same fashion as the one you've been traveling along. Whatever goes beyond is just lost to the darkness of the torch, but it appears to continue. To the south, there's a set of just set in a small distance into this hallway. There's a set of doors. They look like they're wooden, and it might be peculiar that they're still around given the age that everything seems to be down here.
Mhm.
However, they don't appear extremely well preserved. The wood is pitted and dark with rot, and there are very stark lines made up of the wooden bands that keep the beams together.
That's definitely where Karmeon's gonna head, just because if you're gonna hide somewhere, it'd be behind doors. If
Okay.
you can open and shut them.
So, for reference, the top of the map will be north.
Yes, yeah, north will be up, south will be down. I'll try to keep that pretty consistent.
All right.
So yeah, Karmeon will just head right up to the door and try getting it open.
Okay, great. Fortunately, as far as you can tell, the door isn't cursed or anything like that. You need to lean a shoulder into it to get the doors to budge. And
That's
as you do, one door swings open, and there's this groaning sound from the other as the supporting door has moved. And it kind of sinks off of its hinges. And then the wood just begins to disintegrate. It splinters apart, and the metal just collapses to the ground with a pretty ear-shattering crash. But you manage to expose that beyond it lies what might be some kind of storeroom. There are shelves on the back made of stone. It just appears to have been carved into the rest of the same kind of stone that makes up the rest of the hallways. There are a few areas of rotten decay that might have been supplies at one point, but it's very difficult to make it out. There's no person in here, it's quite clear, but you're certainly welcome to search through this area that appears to be an untouched portion of Symbaroum ruins.
Yeah, I mean, maybe quickly, but you know, even if there's not a person, there could be her things.
Or a sign, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe she
Okay.
came. down here.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll me a flat vigilant check.
All right. One of us has to succeed.
Nice.
It's okay. You two can fail now.
Maida will remain in the hall. She will stay about here and try to keep
a
her eyes out.
Weather eye out. Okay, excellent. Peiko, go ahead and roll me a 1d100.
And this is where Peiko finds ghosts in the floor.
Floor ghosts.
Okay, excellent. So as you step through the ruin and decay to investigate the back shelves, you kind of paw through these various crumbles of dust and then things that were once maybe food that has since hardened to practically stone as far as you can tell. You encounter a contraption of bronze and iron. It appears to be kind of circular, spherical, and orb. It might open. As far as you can tell, it looks like there's some sort of intricate pattern of levers and buttons inlaid into the sphere, and it's possible that you might be able to work something out with it, but it would take quite a bit of time to do.
Is it attached to the floor, or is it like
No,
a
it's just
puzzle box
it's
kinda
just
thing?
about the size of maybe 2 fists or so, and it's unattached. You could pick it up and take it with you. You could leave it alone.
She's gonna attempt to pick it up to see how heavy it is.
Yeah, it's maybe 4 pounds, 5 pounds. It's on the lighter side, but it feels like either it's solid or something is within it to give it that extra weight.
And then she's gonna take a step back and be like, "Hey, are either of you good with puzzles?"
Oh, yeah? I mean, now's not the time, is it?
Well, whatever lasted this long, if they put something in a container that would last this long, probably was pretty important.
Can we take it with us?
She lifts it up and down. Yeah, it's only like
Okay.
5 pounds.
Yeah, let's go find Aldous.
Mayor, any trouble?
Maida has been looking north, east, west. Any sound?
Okay. Roll vigilant with an enemy disadvantage of 1.
That's
Positive
the
one?
good one.
Positive 1. Yeah, that's good for you.
Oh
Not
my
good
god.
enough.
This game. Maida just doesn't have any ears or eyeballs, guys.
Everything's quiet as far as you can tell.
Pekome, I think we are alone.
I trust you completely.
Good.
All right. So there's nothing to the east.
Sorry? No, both to the east and the north. The hallway appears to continue.
Okay.
You could continue on in either direction.
Then yeah, I guess just yeah, I guess just flip a coin. Let's see.
What an inspiring way to do it.
We're going this way.
Okay.
Peikome's gonna fiddle with the orb a bit.
So as you continue on to the east, the hallway stretches before you. Before you reach this intersection just ahead of you, you begin to notice on the northern wall there's quite an elegant motif etched in. If it was painted or colored at any point, that is long since faded, but you can see the etchings or the engraving of what appears to be some sort of scene. It's without the distinction of the colors, it's quite difficult to make it out unless you were to stop and study it, but you can tell there are people depicted in maybe some sort of ceremonial form.
Okay.
And then there's an intersection, and not too far beyond that, perhaps another one where the passage that you're in ends. To the north, when you actually reach the intersection, there's this. Yeah.
The depiction. What do the people look like?
So it's very almost hieroglyphic in style.
Okay.
The people have... They're human as far as you can tell. No claws, no real wild things, but they appear to be drawn in a sort of elongated form, very long features and long limbs. And there are a lot of hats, very pointy hats on most of the figures, like, I don't know, maybe symbols of authority or something else, but it can be a little difficult to make out.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, I was in the middle of describing the intersection. So to the south, it's similar to what you saw before, wooden doors that appear old and rotted and disuse. Now to the north, there's quite a different sight. There are two arching doors of the same white marble that the walls are made of, but it's much brighter. There's sort of a very harsh quality to the light that's reflected from the torch back at you. There's a seam right down the center, and there are these sort of concentric swirls that work up the marble, and they seem to culminate in a pair of orbs that are navy blue, very deep. They look like they might be gemstones or some other thing, set about shoulder high in each door. It's closed. It looks like it might be quite heavy, but it's markedly different from what else you've seen.
Pecoma is messing with the levers on the orb.
Okay.
Okay.
Karmeon is gonna lead the way towards the northern doors because obviously the southern doors, if they're in roughly the same shape, haven't been messed with.
Okay.
Or they
So,
would be.
give me a vigilant roll, Karmeon, as you draw closer to these doors. Just flat.
I ain't see shit.
Okay.
Oh, so close.
So close. We're never going to pass a vigilant roll.
Hey, I passed one.
We're never gonna pass one again.
That's how I found this orb.
Okay. So do you try to open them?
Yeah.
All right, great. It might take a little bit of work. At first, if you just push on the doors, they feel almost completely immovable. But with a little bit of tinkering and dedication, it probably leaps to the mind that you want to touch each of the orbs, so you do. And when you do, there's a sound from within the chamber, like a click, and the doors slide back with far less effort than you might think it would require. What they open out onto is a much larger chamber, and within this room, there lies row after row of what appears to be benches or almost pews. Not that it would seem really as religious as the word usually has in terms of connotation, but it's certainly a gathering area of sorts. It's long and it's wide, and there's an aisle down the middle that you can travel on. There appears to be a certain layer of dust that has taken over the room, which isn't actually all that consistent with the rest of the complex. However, you can see as you look around that the doors have likely been opened before, because that's been streaked by their passage before, and there are distinct footprints that have fanned out and followed a pretty difficult to follow pattern of exploration through the room, tracking back and forth and in between the pews.
Well, we've got an expert tracker.
We do?
It's you.
I am an expert tracker.
Oh, well then get up. I don't want to. He just kind of steps aside.
Pecoma puts the orb away.
Maida crouches down and swipes her fingers through the dust. She sniffs them. She licks it.
Okay.
Looks around.
Could you
That's how you roleplay tracking, right?
can you roll a 1d6 for me?
Oh god.
If it's corruption, she's dead.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Oh god. Do we have to?
Yeah. So go ahead. Are you just going to be following the tracks to see what you can see?
Yes.
Okay. There's a certain aimlessness or indecision in the footprints that you follow. I mean, they go back and forth. It's clear that whoever was in here before you was taking it in, was exploring. There wasn't much purpose behind their step, but they wander through the chamber back and forth, left and right, until eventually they work deeper and deeper. And as you follow them, you'll head towards the northern portion. And there's sort of a raised semicircular dais that takes up the northern wall. It stretches perhaps 10 feet into the chamber. And eventually the footsteps reach those and go up 2 steps onto the dais, where a long table of pitch black stone that looks perhaps 6 by 4 feet or so has been positioned. And at the very center of this table, there has been left in the impressions of dust that has covered everything else sort of a circular shape where something once stood but has been removed.
Okay, Kome's gonna try to put the orb in there.
It does not match at all.
Okay. Puts it back. Oh, I tried.
Maida will try to discern if the tracks are singular, made by one being, or multiple.
Absolutely. As far as you can tell, it indicates multiple. Getting a number is a little challenging, but you can tell that there are at least 2 different sizes of footfalls through the area. One's a little more slim, and the other's much larger and heavier.
Karmeon. Was all this alone? Torchbearer.
Oh, I was muted. I was just yelling. And no one was hearing me. But Milo didn't come this way, and I didn't come this way, and Arrow didn't come this way. So yeah, I hope.
Look here, there are 2 sets of tracks. She'll point out
Okay.
the different sizes. Aldis was not alone here if she was here.
Only 2?
More than one.
Okay.
Where do we see the tracks end up going?
They are pretty much everywhere. Someone had been wandering through here.
But do they like lead back out of the room eventually? Do they lead in a different room?
Maida stares at the ground.
They lead more or less everywhere. Let me see, what was it?
I didn't do a vigilant roll.
Oh, you didn't do it.
Yeah, he gave me information for free.
Yeah, it's because she's a master tracker.
Yeah, that much was just came with the occupation. Given that you're... Yeah, I'd say,
Oh my fucking god.
Is this another vigilant fail?
Why don't you roll again?
Oh
We'll
my
see if
god.
that confirms.
Oh,
Mary's about to lose her eyes.
This game is cursed.
Maida,
It really
This
is.
game is cursed.
Maida stabs out her eyes.
Oh, okay. So it's not a confirmed crit. You have no idea though.
I do not know.
We don't see any other rooms connected to this, right? Other than like the big room.
It is possible that something may be hidden, just with how expansive the room is, but at first blush, it's just a big gathering room with some form of ceremonial import, if you were to guess.
Maybe we can come back here. Let's look for more obvious things.
We might need whatever fits into that slot.
Yeah, and maybe we find it.
Pekome steps out of the room.
Where to next?
This away.
To the eastern intersection?
Yes.
All right, cool. So to the
cool.
south. Oops.
Um,
Don't worry about
Um,
that. Don't worry about that.
What? What did I miss? I was looking over. What was on the
I
left?
brought up the
Turn order.
initiative checker.
Oh.
Don't worry, guys. You're fine.
roll
Everything's
initiative.
fine. To the south, similar to the previous doorway that you had not explored, there's another short passage which leads to wooden doors. Although one of them has been pushed open here. To the north, the hallway stretches on. At the far reaches of the torch's illumination, you can see another doorway that is closed and sealed. But it appears to be metal of some kind, with perhaps something that causes a little spark of light here or there, but that is too difficult to make out. And there may be another passage off to the east, because there appears to be a break in the wall.
Okay. Then yeah, we're gonna explore the open door because that's not something we've seen before.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So is Karmeon leading, and do you just kind of slink through the open part, or do you push
Yeah,
it
just-
open?
Just straight in.
Just straight in. Okay. So,
Mayra, have you seen anyone following us?
We are alone.
Good.
Oh. I have failed every single vigilant check tonight.
And Pekome has full faith in you that you're doing your job right.
Maida thinks she's doing just fine. Perhaps her senses are a bit distorted from her grief.
yeah.
What is that?
I think that's understandable.
What's this
What is
like
that?
little wiggling in the fog?
Something
What? You can see something?
There's like
Yeah.
a little thin strip, and we just see like a little wiggle every now
Oh. Huh. Don't worry about
It's
it.
an arrow and it's gonna hurt.
Don't worry about
and then.
it.
Do we need to get our initiative ready?
No, everything's fine.
Wiggle.
Alright, let me grab my reveal tool. So
Wiggle,
as-
wiggle, wiggle.
As Karmeon steps through, there is a room that appears it may be a type of storeroom.
Oh. We've never seen one of those before.
Similar to the first, in fact. You have seen it before. You just forget everything that isn't a noble because you're arrogant. And standing near the middle of the room, but a little towards the back, is a small figure. Looks to be human-ish, and it rises to maybe 5 feet. So it looks, yeah, human, but on the shorter side, covered with an unfamiliar design of armor, holding a rusty sword in one hand.
So when you say figure, do you mean like a living being or like a statue?
Humanoid. So it looks lifeless at first glance. But as Karmeon enters the room, its head sort of snaps from this vacant lull to its right shoulder upright, and the whole creature stiffens. And as it focuses upon Karmeon, and by extension the two of you, as you might edge in after, or maybe you're just peeking in from behind, you can tell that there's a sort of reddish trail of color that sort of extends to its eyes and then inks down the sides of its cheeks that looks extremely unnatural. And while there may be some intelligence in the thing's gaze, it doesn't appear to recognize you as people so much as merely a threat. It doesn't speak, but it does begin to advance.
Hi.
Is
that
that
Yeah.
all this?
No? No.
Just checking. There's
Probably
dust
is.
in my eyes.
Pekome draws her sword.
Yeah. Karmeon tries to back up.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. If you guys would, as soon as I make this little marker appear, just go ahead and toss your quick up on the turn order.
Need marker.
Actually, I get to toss my cunning.
Okay.
Ooh, what are you? Some kind of tactician?
Yeah, if you want to show off your ability, feel free.
I did it
Wow.
wrong. What did I do?
You clicked on the roll?
How do I click it otherwise?
To be honest, I don't
You
know.
don't.
Oh.
They don't have a show ability thing. They just
Oh.
have a roll.
Oh, okay.
He's a smart boy, so he saw this coming. That's why he's so fast. Adversary. We need you to add us to the trackers so we
Mhm.
can put in our quick.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You guys haven't... Huh, I could have sworn that you did this before, but...
I think we just drag our icon. Nope, that didn't work.
No, Kevin has
that's-
added us each time.
Oh, did I?
Mhm.
Oh. Okay, well, it shows what I'm paying attention to, I guess. Right. Pekome.
Yeah, and then we just filled in the blanks.
Right, yeah, okay. Huh. I thought you could just click on it and then roll, but I guess not. In any case, all three of you are on there, so if you just
I can't do it.
head in and...
Oh,
Wait, really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've done something very different this time, apparently.
Roll
Yes.
20 might have updated and changed things.
Okay, I'll just add these in.
What
You
we
guys
get for
just,
skipping a week and
chill
going live.
and look pretty.
Bucket.
Oh, wait.
Doing
Sorry,
it live.
it's your cunning, correct?
Yeah, his cunning, our quick.
Yes.
Yeah, I was... When I said you,
Yes.
I was only speaking to one person. And it wasn't you.
Jacob the cat, come here. See.
While Obdurant is doing that, I'll just take a quick moment to say, if you are new to the channel and you are entertained by our shenanigans and our TTRPG content here, please consider giving the channel a follow. That way you can get notifications for when we go live. We do various kinds of TTRPG things here. We are doing Symbaroum currently, which is a Swedish TTRPG system created by Järnringen. And we also do Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. We have done Pokemon D&D in the past. We are currently doing some Dark Matter sci-fi D&D, and coming up pretty soon we're going to be doing some Ghosts of Saltmarsh D&D as well. And I appreciate everyone that has joined us so far, and I hope everyone is having fun. Järnringen. Kory.
All right. Cool, yeah. Karmeon, you're first up. What would you like to do?
Is there a nearby torch thing?
A sconce.
Call it
So-
truncheon? Sconce.
Yeah, there's a sconce behind the group, sort of on the eastern wall where the hallway would continue if it existed. There's an empty sconce.
Yeah, Karmeon is going to stab the torch into the sconce and pull forth his dagger.
Okay.
And that's about all he's got.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Okay.
Maida already has her bow drawn and had her bow drawn.
Yes, and strung. So, Pekome, you're up.
I'm gonna walk into melee range and stab.
Okay. You've got your normal sword out right now, correct?
Yes.
Are you using a shield?
Yes.
Okay.
That's on my arm.
So go ahead and attack. Let's see, the quick is that. So it is an enemy disadvantage of 3.
Plus.
Yes, it is in your favor. 3. Very easy to hit. Okay, you hit solidly. 5 damage. Let me just write this down. And
And it explodes.
not quite.
Not quite. So it half explodes.
Yeah.
Rip.
Don't give the
Half
DM
explodes.
ideas, dude.
That's all
Yeah.
I do.
You're all dead. Okay, so you hit it, and this creature appears to have what looks like it might have been a hauberk once with sort of like chain mail, but the metal has all sort of corroded away for some reason. So you're left with this pitted leather hauberk, which is still somewhat protective, and your blade bites into it and sinks a little ways into the armor before catching flesh. And that does something, but the app that I was just using doesn't appear to have this particular card in it, so give me half a second.
This is how we die together.
Okay, go ahead and make a defense test, flat. Great. So as you hit this creature in the shoulder and happen to pierce its defenses and bite into flesh, there's a spray of blood that almost seems uncharacteristically forceful for the degree of damage that you did. And the blood sprays out towards you, but Peiko manages to kind of shift aside and avoid the spray. Just perhaps some sort of common sense that kicks in, or instinct, or what have you. But the blood sprays down onto the ground, and it sort of sizzles a little bit. There's this disconcerting sound as something happens to the stone beneath the blood. Mera, it is your turn.
As our friend Pekome kind of swerves out of the way and the blood sprays, Maida shall attempt to strike with her bow.
And cover Pekome in more blood.
Dodge
So,
this.
Go ahead and attack the
Modifier?
modifier is...
It was 3.
Yeah, it was, although actually, as it turns out, it's a little different because I wasn't accounting for one of the traits, so it's a +9.
Huh.
Really easy to hit.
Huh.
Like those goblins.
Huh. I don't know if I want to hit anymore.
I mean, I
Nice.
doubt it projectile acid bleeds on you. Please find out!
Yeah, I'm the one. Do I have to roll defense again?
Nope, you're fine. That's fine.
Okay. then
So Maida lets the arrow loose and goes cuts through the air and probably hits.
Oh yes, it absolutely hits. Attack hit, damage 9. The arrow sinks into the rather meager leather armor that the creature's wearing, and then the flesh below, and goes so far as to make him kind of rock backward a little bit. And there's this pained rasp that comes, which is really the first signal that you've had that this being even needs to breathe, much less anything else. But it does appear to have caused quite a bit of harm. Its attention flicks past Pekome towards Meira, and then back. And it's its turn.
Hold on, I have a thing.
Ooh, you gonna pin it? Or do you have another thing?
Okay, yes. So this is a thing that, like, I don't have to trigger it. It's just a thing. It says the character's precision provides their projectiles with crippling effect.
Yeah.
So it does normal damage, and if the character is wounded, then they have to do an accurate backwards arrow strong test.
Accurate
Okay.
versus strong.
What's your strong?
No, they're strong.
Yeah, my accurate is 15.
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, go ahead and make your accurate roll with an enemy disadvantage of -1.
Oh, that's not a 1.
And I had already wounded them, so your crippling blow goes off.
Yep.
Okay. Great.
So what this means is that the target cannot move, and its movement action is forfeit.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Okay.
And that persists, correct, until it makes until the roll fails? Like, is it recurring, or is it just one turn?
It says as soon as the target manages to move, parentheses, the character fails the test, the crippling effect is gone.
Okay.
Alright, well, what happens to me? Because it's the creature's turn.
Yes, it is. And it is going to try to attack you.
Alright, what's the modifier?
The modifier is pretty darn high. You are going to roll against an enemy disadvantage of -5.
It's a 50-50.
Okay. You negate 7 damage. Excellent.
Thank God I've got good armor.
So the creature lashes out at you with this sword that it's holding in one hand. And the sword strikes pretty solidly against your shield, and then beats it aside and connects with your arm beneath and strikes the armor, and then the sword itself shatters under the blow. It just falls to pieces. But flakes of metal do stab into your arm and cause a little bit of damage. Even so, you take 2 damage.
Alright, well, it does 9 damage, boys. Alright, Karmeon, it's your turn to contribute.
I mean, it does 9 damage and then loses its sword. Right?
It could
Yeah,
have more
it does not
swords.
have more swords.
Okay.
There was just the one.
Yeah. Karmeon will rush forward to help flank the thing, and then he's gonna try and be smart. Also, is my character in the right location? Because my cat just sat.
You could stand to go one more forward.
yeah, there.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
yeah.
no, that's on him.
Okay,
Okay.
I can't.
Alright.
I can't see. All right. Anyways,
good.
he's gonna hit it with a shield, which I didn't account for. So let me just rewrite.
have-
You're using your shield as a weapon.
You have
Yeah.
shield 2?
No.
Because you need shield 2 to do shield dashes.
What? No, it shows as a weapon. It just isn't a better, like it's a crappy weapon. It's only D4.
What's the relevant trait for that, V?
I was talking about a shield fighter, where when you have tier 2, when you land an attack, you.
Oh
get-
yeah,
Oh.
that's kind of a separate. That's a reaction that you can use to follow up every successful
Yeah.
attack with a shield bash, and I think Kory's just using it as sort of a bludgeoning instrument, which is
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
You may
As
go
in-
ahead and do that.
All right. As in not piercing the flesh, ideally.
Don't forget to roll one more d4.
Why?
You're flanking.
Oh yeah. Jacob the cat, stop drinking my tea. I have to get new tea now, you little shithead.
Okay, so that's 6 damage all told.
Yes.
Okay, great. So you go ahead and hit it, and it is a sort of a bludgeoning instrument, so there's no spray of blood or anything like that. It does rock the creature, but it doesn't really appear to, fell it or anything like that. And we'll wind our way back up to Pekoma.
Alright, Pikome's gonna try to decapitate this thing.
Okay. A horizontal lash at its head.
So I guess the modifier is plus 11?
Sorry?
Because it was 9,
no.
and now we're flanking, right?
Oh, yes. It is plus 11. You're right. You do have a flanking bonus.
5 plus 3, so 8 damage.
8 damage. Okay, great.
And then you need a defense from me.
Yes. Since you have hit it, go ahead and roll your defense again. -5. Or, sorry. Yeah, defense.
Well, it was neutral the first time. Is it not still neutral from the blood this time?
Oh, right. It was just an attack. Nope, you are 100% correct. Go ahead and roll defense.
Not even close.
Great. You
Wow.
Pekome lifts your shield and just sort of catches the spray of blood, doesn't let any of it get on her.
Clutch.
And there's kind of a sickly smell of metal turning to vapor as the blood eats at your shield. Mayra.
Mira will strike with her bow. DM.
Yep.
I'm not sure exactly how crowded combat works, but would standing here hinder in any way?
No,
Do I
I think you're fine.
reposition? Okay.
There isn't a heap written about it unless there are a few particular instances, but generally speaking, you're fine. Although, if you were to critically fail, you would be shooting one of your allies.
It's
Probably.
fine.
I know which one.
I won't miss.
Don't say that.
Was it a 9?
Just pretend it's a vigilant roll.
Yeah.
Yes, it'll be a 9 for you, since you're shooting into the flanking doesn't really help that much. Okay, 4 damage. Go ahead. You get another solid shot in, although this one doesn't bite quite as deeply and it doesn't quite react in the same way. It does have another arrow sticking out of its chest, so that's good.
And we haven't hit like a pain threshold, right?
Correct. Yeah.
It is not pinned down.
Okay, it's not pinned down anymore, but it is pinned down by being surrounded by people.
It could go after her if it wants. I mean, we'll take the free attacks.
Hey, Kome, you are going to be under attack again, so go ahead and roll your defense. -3 this time. Enemy misses. Great. So it drops the shattered... the hilt of its shattered sword. The hilt isn't shattered. And as soon as its kind of hand uncurls, you see that there are these wicked bone-like claws where its fingertips ought to be on a normal person. And it just lashes out at you with those, but the way it swings, hindered as it is by the arrows and by the presence of Karmeon with his dagger, you're able to just sidestep. And we wind our way back up to Karmeon.
Karmeon tries thumping it with the shield again, because blood sounds awful normally. And it sounds especially awful when it's acid blood.
Mm-hmm.
He whiffs.
Are you adding the +9?
Yup.
You have a 5 to your basic attacks?
Only for a little bit.
Okay. So the shield doesn't quite manage. Yeah, it really just glances off of his shoulder. It's not made to be a weapon, so it's difficult to use as one. Pekome.
No, this is how you use it as a weapon. I'm gonna slam the shield I have that's got like the acidic blood on it into his face.
Okay.
I don't have the shield set, so I'm just gonna roll quick.
So, yeah. Okay. So rather than a normal attack, you were just bashing him with your shield. You're
Yes.
picking up on Karmeon's strategy here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The modifier was 11.
Yes. Yeah. You have a positive 11 to your attacks.
Oh, I didn't add. I only added the 9, but I still would have missed.
Yeah. Your roll was pretty miserable.
And then I'll roll 2d4.
Okay. So again, it's kind of jarred and shaken by the attack, but it doesn't really seem to do much to its overall state of being.
All right, Mayura, headshot it.
Mayra will do just that. She will aim for its brain.
Pretend it's a vigilant roll.
Why do you want her to fail?
I'm an agent of chaos.
Oh my god. It just doinks off of his armor.
Yeah, the arrow doesn't even really stick in. It catches a little furrow in the side of the leather hauberk and skids under one arm to strike the wall behind the fight. And the impact is hard enough that the wooden fletching, or not the wooden fletching, but the wooden shaft of the arrow kind of splinters to pieces. And it is our adversary's turn. It's still dedicated to attacking Pekome at the moment, so it will just lash out again with 2 clawed hands. Go ahead and roll your defense with a disadvantage of -3.
This one's gonna hit, I can feel it.
Yeah.
How much damage do claws do?
Just a sec.
Less than 9.
Yeah, so you soaked 5 damage. You will take 2.
Hey. Classic Peko.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. And we're back up to Karmeon.
All right, Karmeon thumps at it with his shield again.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. It. So that's 6 damage all told?
Yes.
Okay. You do catch it somewhat solidly with your shield, which kind of makes the creature shake and rattle just a little bit below the blow. Just do some quick maths here.
Quick maths. Big brain.
And then we find out it has like 50 more health.
No, once it dies, it explodes in acid. And it returns as much blunt damage as it's been dealt.
Oh, God.
Okay. So it does rattle just a little bit, and It appears to be slightly more wounded. It's difficult to tell the overall durability of the creature because it seems inured to pain in many ways. And the way that you're attacking is far from the most effective one in the world. You seem to be making headway, though. Pekome.
Mechanically, I'm gonna delay my action till after, or delay my initiative till after Mayura.
Okay. Now, do
and
keep in mind that when you do that, it is permanent. You will be behind Mera for the rest of the fight.
Yes. And in roleplay, having taken that nasty claw, Pekome's like stumbled
Yeah,
back
she
a
just
bit,
takes an
you know?
extra moment to recover from the blow.
Mhm.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, there are furrows in your armor. Its claws have ripped deep gouges into parts of the steel. It's curled in almost against the wounded flesh. And Meira.
Meira gets the sense that this might be what is responsible for the gouges in the floor. As she thinks this, she tries to shoot it in the brain again.
The brain.
Wait. Oh.
Confirm it.
Isn't that a failure?
Oh.
So
Well,
it is a critical fail.
That's the only way she could fail.
It passes the attribute test.
So, well, she has to roll again to see if it's a crit fail, because otherwise it would just be the attribute, right?
Yeah. So I think that makes sense. So she passed. So we'll just say that's a regular 20 rather than being a crit because it wasn't confirmed,
Mhm.
which means it was a successful hit, which means he did 2 damage, which means that the arrow catches in the armor and doesn't appear to impede the creature at all.
And
Alright.
excellent.
probably wouldn't have managed to do any damage to Pekome either.
Tactical.
Well, so far she hasn't done damage to me from
Yes,
the
but if she had, you know.
Yeah. Pekome.
Alright. Seeing that the shield's really done nothing but, like, daze the thing, she's gonna go back to attacking it
Okay.
with her sword. Alright. You know, I could really use a 1 here. Roll. Alright, so it's 8 damage at least.
Yeah. What is the manner of your attack? How are you striking out at it?
Well, I'm using a sword, so it's gonna bleed.
Yeah, that's fine. I was more wondering, like, are you trying to cut its head off? Are you going for the chest? What's the strat?
She is like slashing it across the face.
Okay, cool. And go ahead and roll defense.
At -3 for the blood.
No. I think we established it was just flat last time, right? I can.
Right.
I'll pull the card back up, but I think it's just a flat roll.
That's right. All right. That looks really weird, but
Yeah, that is really weird. I guess it's because you didn't get hit, so it didn't roll.
yeah, but
Block.
before it said enemy missed below it. It's just for
Yeah.
whatever reason not showing enemy missed.
There's something wrong there. Did you type in 0?
No, I left it blank.
I think you have to type in 0.
It looked.
Just try it.
I mean, all the numbers are there. It rolled the d20.
But if you hover over the attribute 13, there's an empty parentheses.
Yeah.
Maybe it might codedly
Yeah, I
do
think
something
that's
weird.
what's messing up the card.
Yeah, I think she just means. Yeah, see, that's why.
So that's all it
in the-
was.
Yeah,
Wait,
in
that
the
was an
fut-
attack. That was a different roll altogether.
Yeah. So in the future, hit 0 instead of just leaving.
I
it blank.
actually did hit 0 there. I just hit submit immediately.
What?
I hit submit immediately. I
Ah.
forgot to put 0 there for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. So the first roll was a 2, which is below your test. So you managed to evade the bloody spray once more. And it is quite a bloody spray because your sword catches it very solidly across the face and really opens this once man's head open from cheekbone to cheekbone. the entire lower portion of his face just sort of starts to pull away from the rest of his body, and he staggers back before collapsing sort of onto his side, catching himself on one hand, and then collapsing the rest of the way to the ground, where a pool of blood just starts to fall from the wound, and he writhes a little bit and makes these weird inhuman sounds before dying. And there's a growing pool of blood around him that's sizzling and eating away at the stone beneath. But other than that, you appear to have vanquished this abomination.
Pikome's gonna back up and try to wipe off whatever blood she can on her shield.
Okay.
That was thrilling.
Meira will return to the intersection of the hall and gaze down the lengths of darkness and try to hear for sounds of anything beyond.
Why would she even try that?
It sounds almost unnaturally still before you try, just in the wake of the battle. The confined quarters down here make the sounds of, metal on metal pretty deafening. And after that, you do your best to see whether you can hear anything else. Go ahead and roll vigilant.
This is it, chat. First
This is the
vigilant
moment.
roll.
It's a vigilant roll.
It's a failure.
It's gonna pass.
No.
Oh my god.
Okay.
This system is cursed.
All
Right. So, lore-wise, Mayra's just been lying to us the whole time that she's a great tracker. She hasn't succeeded more than like 3 rolls this whole time.
See, the thing is, you can't really tell. Because as
Right.
far as you know, she's just been listening for things and guiding you around. Like, you
But-
don't know that anything's up. But
But
yes,
in a character development sense, she's just been lying to
yeah,
us. The whole time.
she's kind of like that person who writes about having imposter syndrome when they get a new job and they're just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I just look busy.
Yes. So Meira looks busy looking down the
Yeah.
holes.
And as far as she can tell, it is quiet. Yeah, that you can kind of investigate the storeroom that person was standing in if you want. You can strike up down one of the other corridors to find what you can tell of where all this might be. But it's in your court once more, and I'll get rid of this tracker.
Karmeon, if you're gonna look quickly.
Yeah, Karmeon will poke around, but kind of haphazardly. Actually, not haphazardly, very precisely, given there's acid blood pooling in the center.
Just randomly step into it.
Yeah, no, that is a no-no. That is avoided. He hurriedly looks around, and
Okay.
it's awful.
God.
Oh my god, that's our first
Karmeon. You have were you rolling for a
You got
triple
a double
crit?
crit.
Yeah,
you
I
got
was
a
just
double-
confirming
Why
the
not?
second
Our
failure.
first critical failure.
Oh my god.
Karmeon. Karmeon.
Oh my
I guess
god.
it was haphazard after all.
Karmeon haphazardly looks around and is perhaps a little frazzled by the adrenaline of the fight against an unnatural creature in an unnatural area where everyone you knew has vanished. And he, in the midst of searching, tips over. I gotta look at the table real fast. Tips over a few supplies on the back shelf. And in so doing, let's see, there's what looks like some manner of flute-like instrument, but it seems to have more than one head. And you just accidentally brush it and it falls and it crashes loudly enough that Karmeon takes a jerking step back and catches his heel on the corpse of the abomination they've just fought, and Karmeon falls backward into the pile the spreading pool of caustic blood on the ground. And immediately this blood begins to bite through his armor. And I need to look up whether armor mitigates this damage.
Is he dead? Does Kory have to roll another character?
Instantly dies.
You remember when we walked into this room and I said we stepped into an acid trap? Apparently I was right.
So the blood just really coats Karmeon's back. And blood burns for 3 damage for 3 turns.
Oh.
So you may spend a turn, which is especially easy now that you're outside of combat, wiping it clear with a successful cunning test to wash it away with, say, dirt or water or something like that. Until then, you are being eaten by the blood of this enemy that you killed.
All right.
Peykome's gonna try to pull him out of the acid.
Okay. Yeah, you don't really need to roll for that.
He just grabs him by like the scruff of his collar and pulls him forward.
Yeah, Karmeon screams. Yeah, there's a lot of screaming, and just tries to get it off of him. And uses his whole supply of water. All of it.
Okay, yeah, you
Nice. Maida's head just kind of whips over and she like stares at them, bristling like a cat that's been spooked.
Mm-hmm. And you see Karmeon screaming as Peiko drags him away from the now severely disturbed pool of blood surrounding the abomination.
Is there a blood angel?
And I assume the goggles, they do nothing.
The goggles do nothing. Indeed.
Yeah. Okay.
And so you're going to take 3 points of damage, but you do manage to successfully use the entirety of your water supply to wash away the blood, and it does no more damage to you after that. And you certainly don't find anything else.
What's the new cunning roll for?
What?
You just did a second one.
Didn't. No.
Yeah, because the 7 was.
Yeah,
the
I
one
see that. I didn't do it.
You did.
Nah.
Okay.
Apparently, this is him being cunning. If the cunning roll was to lie about the roll.
And it was a success. You believe me. Get over it.
Where to from here?
Drag him out of the room.
Yeah. Karmeon gets dragged out of the room, and you're not looking so good.
This is the person who just fell into acid.
I look better than you. Do you want to borrow this? And Karmeon holds out his really nice steel shield and his really nice parrying dagger.
Maida leans in very sharply, very quickly, very invasively, just hisses right into Karmeon's face and then into Peykome's. She says, "You must be quiet."
Why? You said we haven't seen anyone else down here.
Yeah, but now anyone else down here has heard us. She's right. I'm sorry.
We've already made so much noise, like when you broke that door.
What? Yeah?
She's just gonna grab the torch, hand it to you, and tell you not to light yourself on fire.
Yeah, I've never done that.
Yeah, but now I know you're a klutz.
And then he'll kind of, as far as where now, there now.
Okay.
We're off to see the queen.
No? Nah.
And then we died. This whole campaign's gonna be seeing like how many times Peykome can get down to 1 health and not die.
It's a surprising amount at this point.
And what's behind door number 5?
What kind of door is it?
Wasn't it a metal door with sparks or something coming out of it?
Yes. As far as you can tell, there was a sort of reflective quality to the metal door. So the northern door is another 2-door affair. It appears to be made from some kind of wrought iron that's quite dark, save these reflective studs, which you can now tell are clear jewels of some manner. It looks far sturdier than most of the other doors that you've encountered to this point, except perhaps the marble ones. And it appears very firmly closed. If you'd like, you can make some rolls to try and figure out how to open it or inspect it. To the east, you do encounter a body and a cave-in. Now, oh, this is on their own layer, isn't it? So there's a person who has collapsed against the cave-in area and is kind of curled up in a fetal position. It's difficult to tell just who they are immediately, but you can tell that it's human, you can tell that it's female. And Karmeon, after a moment's inspection, you will recognize this to be Aldous. She appears to be curled in around some kind of wound, although you can't discern quite what it is, and she does not appear to be moving.
Karmeon will definitely pass the torch off to anyone else, anyone at all,
Pekome will
and then
grab it right away.
rush forward to try and see what he can do.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. You don't really need to roll for this. You start kind of, you grab her shoulder and try to get a look at the wound to see what alchemical concoction or herbs you might need to try and help her. But you notice that she isn't moving and she isn't breathing, and her body's pretty stiff when you try to move it of your own accord. It's clear that she's dead and has been dead for some time. There's, oddly enough, no visible wound. She's clutching at her stomach, but there doesn't appear to be anything wrong with her armor there.
Karmeon will just kind of sit down in disappointment.
Mayor, make sure it's safe. And then Pekome is gonna walk up over to Karmeon and check up on him.
Maida glances down into the darkness and she will
No, she doesn't.
pay attention.
No, she doesn't.
But in reality, she is eavesdropping. She loves
that.
to listen.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you for trying.
It looks like she ate something or something didn't agree with her.
Mayra, could you roll a strong test for me?
Oh god. No.
Mayor just got kidnapped.
Ha!
She
Excellent.
has too many muscles.
Nice. There's a little wave of something at the edge of Mayra's mind, like a flash of heat and disorientation, but it passes. It might just be claustrophobia from the narrow corridors. Well, not really all that narrow, but unfamiliar corridors, or something else. But as far as you can tell, nothing comes of it. It doesn't seem that unnatural.
Yeah, it's definitely not because you ate random dust off the floor.
Maida will lean up against this wall here. She thinks she's tired. The weight of her grief is starting to come down on her. And she will genuinely turn her attention away from the pair behind her, and she's looking out into the darkness, trying to listen, but not so much that it's an actual effort.
It's
Okay.
alright. It's nothing different.
Then you don't have to roll for it if it's not a real attempt.
She's
Karmeon
tired.
and Pekka.
I'm sorry. I truly hoped we would have made it in time. That just tends to be the case with me.
Well, I can't take them all back, so Karmeon's just gonna kind of shrug and search her for, any effects that might have been terribly important to her.
Sure. So if you start digging into her pack, you'll find a number of basic supplies. Some personal effects like a journal, a few trinkets, a carving knife with a few little half-carved wooden statues. And there's also bundled in thin leather sheets of sort of hide, a set of cuneiform tablets.
A set.
What we were coming for.
I thought there was only one.
Is that what they told you? Is that
That
what
is
they
what
told
they
us?
told us, wasn't it?
Oh, Maid is
I don't
not
know.
part of this conversation.
DM.
As far as you can,
We only knew about the one, right?
you may have only known about one. Yeah.
We'll just give them one and I don't know. Karmeon starts shoving all the personal effects of hers away to, deliver to her family, and we'll get up from there.
Did you pick up the tablets?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
You can't put those down. They're a quest item.
It's locked in your inventory now.
Mayor, any trouble? Pick may ask as she turns around the corner.
Maida is probably at this point just leaning completely up against the wall, like her head is rolled back and she just kind of slumped there. And she she just rolls her head over to you and she says, "We are alone."
Oh. Okay then. Well, Karmeon, are you ready to get out of here?
Got everything we came for.
And you're certain your other friend is gone?
Yeah.
Well,
Hope we don't run into what got him.
hopefully it was the thing we just killed. Maybe, at least then, we would have avenged him.
Not what he said. Karmeon's gonna just kind of grab the torch and start making his way back.
Okay. So I think this might be a good time for a quick 5-minute break before you guys embark on your turn or pit stops to explore anything else on your way out.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few short moments. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Thank you so much for your patience. Obdurant, please take us back in.
Absolutely. So you've just found Aldous. The purpose of your quest for quite some time now has been to find her and/or her dead body, which is what you found, and recover the cuneiform tablet that the Ordo Magica sent you out to find, and you did, plus maybe a little extra. You are now deep within a, as far as you know, unexplored labyrinth of ancient Symbar. Do you just head back along the course you've navigated before, or do you stop to explore anything else, or perhaps search?
Pekome would recommend checking out that last door. down here? The wooden ones?
The thing behind the other one, are you sure? It nearly killed you.
It had opened the door itself, so clearly these things move around. You know? If anything had gone through that door, it'd be dust like the other.
If we see anything... And Karmeon doesn't finish that because he has nothing, so he just listens and goes along.
Besides, when are we ever gonna see anything?
I see just fine.
Okay. All right. So you reach the door, and once again, pushing it open has a pretty destructive effect. It is now permanently opened, and beyond lies a slightly different but similar affair. It appears to be a storeroom. However, it's a storeroom perhaps of slightly different supplies. Maybe the door itself looks like when it was in better order, it would have been more sturdy. There's a form of lock that you don't really need to bother figuring out, because when you push the door, the wood rots and decays and the whole thing falls open. And beyond is a relatively untouched but still aged collection of supplies. There are linens, there are fabrics, there are other things that you can search through with a successful test if you'd like.
A test of what?
A vigilant test.
Alright, group, let's do this.
It's not.
Hey!
Yo.
Nice.
Yo!
Excellent. You got a crit success.
Our first one. Never doubt the fully plated knight in the dark.
Yeah, seriously.
Karmeon doesn't
Oh,
That
I
was the
have
payoff at some point.
finally succeeded a
You were
vigilant
inspired
test.
by my eyesight.
Okay. Mayura, go ahead and roll me a D100.
Thank God. Is that what Kory rolled before?
I rolled a
No,
40.
not quite.
I rolled a
So-
40. You rolled a 45.
Okay.
You're 5 more than me.
Okay. So Mayra finds a somewhat desiccated box. It looks like it has some ancient leathery hide that might have once looked pretty ornate, although now it looks more or less just worn off. And when you raise the lid up, it just falls off. There's some clasps in the back that it's supposed to raise and lower on, but they just kind of snap at the lightest touch. And you set it aside, and within lies a golden key. It's about as big as your hand. It's quite large. And it's carved to portray 2 lindworms swirling around a central fixture, although it's difficult to make out just what that is.
Okay. She puts the key in her pocket without alerting anybody.
Okay, yeah. You swipe the key. Now, Pekome,
Yes. Did I unfall into a pit of acid?
Give me my 3 health back.
no, you do not unfall into a pit of acid. What you find is behind a stack of linen that you kind of brush aside while you're investigating. One of the shelves has a portion that sets just a little deeper into the wall than others do, and it would have been quite easy to miss, but you're particularly vigilant.
Mm-hmm.
And as you inspect it, within lies a pristine, cumbersome bone necklace that looks like it's been made and strung with some very durable fiber that has not suffered any of the trials of time. that holds together bone fragments that look like they're pieces from some extremely large creature that have been carved down. It looks vaguely reptilian in shape, and it has an ornate gold clasp at the back.
Pecome is going to show it to the other two and ask what they think about it. Specifically, maybe the nerd.
Which one?
Karmeon's gonna kind of shrug and say, "It's in here. This is unexplored territory. It could be something really special and valuable, or it could be something really old and useless."
Well, it's not going to hurt me to get it checked out in town.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're so wrong about that.
Excuse you.
So yeah, I guess at this point, Karmeon will take the torch and head towards this hallway.
Okay. Sorry, I was tabbed into a PDF. Which hallway are you heading to?
This one.
Okay. All right. So you're exploring that hallway, but you guys have dismissed the metal doorway up to the northeast.
Guys, these are hollow. There's rooms in them.
How did I do that? Hide it. Hide it all.
Spoilers, Kory.
No.
I see what you mean about it having been excruciating to.
Quiet. Okay. So as you step further into the hallway, you discover that it does sort of branch again. There's an empty chasm off to the left that you suspect is a room that you could explore. And up ahead, there is another small hallway that seems like it leads to a door. However, the door has been opened. And about halfway into the doorway, a man stands skewered by a pair of white marble rods. They look like almost spear-like protrusions that have shot up from the ground and more or less impaled him when he stood. It looks like this fellow has died quite some time ago. He's clad in this decaying armor, and his skin has turned leathery and sunken in along his skeleton. There appears to be almost nothing left of musculature or moisture in his body. So as far as you can tell, he's been there for decades, if not longer. And it more or less obstructs the view of the room beyond.
Let's not go that way.
Yeah, I mean, Karmeon is not going to go that way, but he will head the peek around the corner into this area.
And
Okay.
then spike right through the face.
Oh, no, you get a roll first. Yeah, so as you peek into the room, it's a relatively small room with a narrow set of stairs. It looks like they may have been concealed at one point. There's the hints of what might have been a rug one day in the distant past, although it's since decayed away into almost nothing, and a gap where some other form of trapdoor might have once stood. That reveals a narrow set of stairs leading down to yet another level of the ruins.
Karmeon looks between the other two and kind of shrugs and
We got the tablets. We couldn't get Aldous, so now our job, she points over to Mayura, is to get you and those tablets out of here.
Greed will not serve us. It would be the end of our our efforts. We should make our way back to Thistlehold if we can.
Karmeon nods and then goes to peek down the stairs anyway. Just
then he
peek
rolls-
down the stairs.
And then he rolls a 1 and then a 20 and then another 20 and falls down the stairs.
Give me a vigilant roll, Karmeon.
Please.
Everyone needs to spend 30 points upgrading vigilance twice.
just buy that the attribute bonus
I got
talent.
a 50-50 on vigilant, and Mayra's got pretty decent vigilance. She's
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Okay.
It's
It's
not-
difficult to tell. The passage is quite dark,
Hmm.
and without actually descending somewhat, it's difficult to get the light from your torch down there.
Yeah.
The steps are narrow and pretty much untouched, clean white marble that leads down into a different sort of stone. It's more gray. You're not a geologist, so it's probably hard to tell more than that, but it's a different make. And the hallway that it leads down to below is narrower, more confined. It might be, I don't know, it could be for servants. It could be a secret passage. It's really difficult to tell anymore without investigating.
Yeah. I guess Karmeon will just start heading back then after that.
Mm-hmm.
Onward.
Okay. So do you make your way back out towards the entrance?
Yep.
All right. You do so. You make your way down through the halls and do not really encounter anything until you find the stairs that bring you up to the higher level of the ruins, where
We find a
Everything.
stair mimic.
you find what?
A stair mimic.
A stair mimic, and it eats you. So
No,
you find
it
the
eats
stairs.
Pekome.
It eats Pekome. Good point. Good point.
Pekome is too vigilant for that.
I don't think anyone in your party is too
Oh, if
vigilant.
it's about vigilance, then Karmeon gets eaten.
You ascend to the next level of the ruins, where everything is a little less opulent and a little more broken down and invaded by nature. And presumably you just trace your way back by the sigils and don't really stray from the course.
That's
Mhm.
what Pekome would be pushing for.
Okay.
Mira as well.
And
You
then we
do
find
so.
3 more Draugr. Or
Ah,
Draugr.
we can-
Roll a vigilant test for each of you as you're making your way back to the intersection with the rope to climb your way out.
Yeah, I told you I'm vigilant. Look,
Wow.
we only succeed together, Mayra.
Can you feel?
The eyes tonight.
So you do notice as you walk that in one of the intersections along the way there are some new signs that weren't there previously. There's not quite blood, but some kind of film that appears to be a liquid that means it must have been placed there recently and doesn't seem to be quite water. Tracks from left to right along hallways you've not explored.
Let's pick up our pace.
We are not alone.
Yeah. And Karmeon will power walk.
Excellent. Okay. You make your way back to the intersection, and the rope is still there, fortunately. You guys can just climb your way right back up out of there.
Mira will nudge Karmeon to go first.
Karmeon will eye the way up and then shrug and go.
Mira remembers the last time she climbed the
Mira's
rope,
like,
she was grabbed by strangers.
I'm not getting pulled out first this time.
Pekome takes the torch as he goes to climb up. Yay for torches. Alright.
I
And
go up.
and then Pekome would let Mayura go next, because they probably both need to pull her up.
Yeah, how are you gonna get Pekome out of there? Are you gonna like tie a loop under your armpits and just have them drag you up?
I could, like tie a loop around my boot and then stand it on the bottom of the rope and have them pull it up
Okay.
while holding on with my hands. All right, friends, teamwork.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Pulling me up.
Pekome is very heavy. We must pull. Put your
Hold
back
on.
into it.
Hold on, I need to do something real quick. All right, I didn't hear that.
I feel like all your vigilant rolls for hearing things has to be at a malice because of your helmet.
You'd think that about seeing things in the dark with a helmet on.
Yeah. True.
Look, she just defies expectations.
Mm-hmm.
All right, friends.
Fortunately, this time it doesn't appear any surprises are waiting for you. You just make it out up to the campsite. It has been quite some time since you descended. You might be looking at a midday, mid-afternoon, actually. So the sun is hanging off to the west somewhat, but you have some hours of light left. Do you want to set out immediately?
Let us have lunch first.
She would look towards her tracker, the person who knows how to navigate the woods.
Okay. Meira will try to find this river. Aha, there we are. Okay. Meira will look up at the sky to try to determine exactly what time it is,
Mm-hmm.
and using that, estimate as far as how our travel has gone, where that would put us. As far as when it gets dark, is it better to stay here and just spend the rest of the day here recovering? Or if it's better to move and approximately like where we were before, could we make camp there?
So you want to figure out if you can, how far you can make it by dusk.
Yes, because Maida remembers when we were heading towards here, we found a decent spot, which was like next to like a cliff face or something.
Mm-hmm. So as far as you can tell, it's probably somewhere between 3 and 4. It can be a little spotty in terms of estimating things like that in the forest, just because a clear view of the sky is actually quite rare. But that would be your guess, somewhere from 3 to 4. And you do think that if you kept up a pretty good clip, which is possible but might be rather draining on certain parties, you could make it back to that site. And if you were to do that, it would leave only 2 days of travel to return to Thistlehold.
Did we have a timeline?
What do you mean?
I mean a deadline.
No, we were kind of just told to like have at it. If you fail or fuck up, we don't care.
Okay. Maida will say we should perhaps make camp. Wait. Elves attacked here before.
We can make camp, but maybe not here.
Yes.
It didn't work out so well for us.
We should go. Pekome. If we are to march, it will be draining, but I think we can return to the camp that we made the night before.
Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah.
She nods. If you know the way.
Follow me.
And then she would help like get Dane onto the horse.
Okay. You lash Dane to the horse, and the horse is pretty irritable. It's been essentially tied up and ignored for longer than it would like to be still, so it's going to be pretty frisky. But you manage, and you do get underway. Nothing really occurs on the afternoon. It's quiet in the forest as far as you can tell, for better or worse. And although the last half hour of travel is through much darker conditions than you would like, you do make it back to that very sheltered campsite that you encountered previously, and you're able to set up there again.
Mhm.
So she will try to unburden the horse and set up camp, and she will offer to take first watch.
Pekome's gonna shove the brass orb into Karmeon's hands, tell him to figure it out, and then go to sleep.
Yeah, Karmeon will definitely take first watch and probably just I guess the first thing he'll do is kind of try and, maybe get some sort of aloe he has in his pack on the whole acid burn he's got going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're saying you don't just let acid burn sit?
Yeah. E.
Nice.
Yeah, and other than that, he'll kind of just sit quietly and watch.
Okay. Fine success. During your watch, does Karmeon mostly keep an eye out on the surroundings? Does he play around with the puzzle box? Or
Oh my gosh, is there the puzzle box? Yeah, he plays around with the puzzle box.
Pekome handed it to you and told you to figure it out.
Yes, he figures it
great.
out.
And
so you pretty quickly. Sorry.
Meira is the one watching and all that.
Oh, on first watch. So this is just during Meira's watch that this is going on.
Mhm.
And okay, great, cool. So Karmeon likes things like this.
Yeah.
It takes very little time for him to figure out the general premise. It appears to be like a blacksmith's toy, really. It's very elegantly made, and you're not sure that you know of anyone who could make something as fine as this. But there are little levers and buttons and depressions that you can toy with, and they're made from bronze and iron in this sort of dual-toned construction. You estimate that it's probably going to take you about 3 tests to successfully open it if you succeed on all of them, and each one might take about an hour. If you'd like, you can start right now with a cunning test.
Yeah.
Unless he crits.
Turns out they're sorted alphabetically.
Okay, great. You tinker and toy with this, and towards the end of the little period of work, you manage to reveal new configurations that shift the overall design in a way that seems to be quite promising, although it is very intricate, and it seems like you've got a ways to go before you can actually open it.
Okay.
If you want, you could dedicate another hour to that, or you could go to sleep, or, totally up to you. If you want to spend 3 hours on it right now, you're welcome to.
Karmeon is going to stay up the entire night.
Okay, just working on it?
Yes.
All right, yeah.
Could you
Go
really
ahead and give me
sleep
another
knowing
roll.
there were- Oh,
Okay. Give me another roll.
okay.
Okay, good. So
alright,
you do
just
not
roll
critically
fail.
fail.
You do not break the orb.
And another hour. Okay, so you spent 3 hours and
Uh-huh.
really only the first hour has been productive so far.
No, that failure was incredibly productive. In that it teaches you what not to do.
Yeah, it did teach you a lot of what not to do.
Yeah.
In the next hour, there was just
Confirmed.
confirmed
you-
that same stuff. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
learned hitting it against a rock wasn't
Okay.
a good idea.
So yeah, you almost locked it up beyond repair, but
Yeah.
fortunately, not quite. So let's see. You guys were going to sleep at night, so I mean, you have another couple hours you could spend on this if you want. Okay. Okay. All right. So you have spent almost the entire night working on this, but you do manage to tinker and toy and manipulate it until finally, with a little rasp of mechanized gears, the orb opens on an invisible hinge, like a clamshell, to reveal space for a container inside, and within lies a set of 3 droppers. They're little glass vials, it looks like, that are filled with a clear liquid. As you start to tinker around with one of them, because I assume you do, your experience with both Medicus and alchemy quickly revealed that, as far as you can tell, these are exquisitely made, and who knows how old eyedroppers. The top of the the stopper at the top of the vial kind of opens up into a little contraption to catch a small amount of the liquid within, and typically that's used to drop cures into irritated eyes and things of that nature. But you can't really call upon any prior experience to have any idea of what the liquid within is.
He immediately drips it into his eyes.
Nope. He immediately, I assume, like, it should be easy to kind of close it up again and, keep things secure in there.
Yeah, now that you have it puzzled out, you can essentially close and latch it again, and, like, with maybe one backwards move or another, kind of ensure that it won't open accidentally, and you can open it. If you go much further than that, it might become quite complicated.
Yeah. He'll just set it very safely secured, but then he'll just go straight the fuck to sleep.
Okay.
For 1 hour.
Karmeon goes to bed for all of a couple hours.
Alright. So, unless anything interrupts us, I got my 6th resolute point, boys.
Nice.
Fine work.
Catch
And,
up.
So, Pekome, how are you carrying that necklace that you found?
She put it in her pack, like wrapped it up in some
Okay,
spare
so it's
cloth.
wrapped in your pack?
Mhm.
Put it on.
Did the necklace say that?
I mean, it is a prized necklace that was hidden away in untouched ruins.
Is it
But no, it hasn't spoken to you.
Is it an artifact telling me to carry it like the sword?
Not to the best of your knowledge quite yet.
They're just gonna be so, like, covered in corrupted things.
Does seem that way.
Crit success, you're dead.
More or less.
Alright, well,
So the
Pekome
next
would
morning
wake up.
comes. You've recovered a little bit. Karmeon, you don't get to recover a health point just because you didn't rest quite enough for it.
Okay.
Mayra, I think, doesn't need to, but if you do, you can regen a point. Does anything?
Shouldn't she? Did she ever get hit with the creepy?
The acid was
Justine
only
and
melee.
Peiko, I thought.
Yeah. Okay. Then there's nothing. She's not yet been hit with stat loss
Nope.
thus far.
Yeah, the benefit of being the ranged member of the group.
That's what Dane was supposed to be.
It did try. One of the
Yeah, she like
fairy orb spirit things tried.
she did like a Catwoman like backbend to dodge it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you set out, I assume.
Before we set out,
Oh, sure.
Takome would ask if he had any more of his medicine, because she's-
Nothing that good, but I can still change your bandages. And Karmeon will do just that.
Hey,
Hey, you get 2 more points. You are at 4.
actually, I'm at 3.
Oh, you didn't. Yeah, you healed Resolute instead of. Yeah.
I'm determined to get these stats back.
Yeah.
You could say I'm resolute in it.
That was all.
Yeah.
Onward.
So, you set off as a group. You're returning. You might make a brief detour towards the water to refill Karmeon's supplies. And
Oh yeah, he did dump it all over his back.
whoever the lead of the expedition right now ought to make a discreet test for me.
Alright, Stella, don't run us into any more ghosts.
Flat?
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and roll a 1d20.
I swear to God, Stella. Okay.
Woo! Safe.
Please tell me 4 isn't a ghost.
It's not a ghost.
A ghost.
A ghost. I don't know why I said it like that. Anyway, the three of you continue on through the woods, and the path you're taking is not exactly the same as your way out, but it's similar. And
Is
about
it exactly the
midday-
same as my way?
No,
No.
it's not even remotely the same as your way. As you head west along the water, you encounter a particularly dense stand of trees, and as you move to push through it, you almost stumble onto a clearing in which 4 figures stand, circled around what looks to be almost a stone altar of some kind. They're clad in these deep red robes that fall from shoulder to floor, and they appear to be in the middle of some manner of ritual. There's a stag that has been laid atop the stone.
Stag?
A stag? Yes, like a deer?
You mean like my family symbol?
Yes, like your family's symbol, except
Oh god.
in real life. And it's dead because its throat has been slit, and blood is running along a particular groove that has been etched into the stone so that it kind of forms a unique pattern as it falls down the sides of this stone. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that these are cultists in the middle of some sort of rite. They turn at the sound of your intrusion, and they look anything but happy to see you.
As soon as she sees the dead stag, she would be drawing her sword.
Okay.
Do we? Is probably what Karmeon says, but that doesn't stop anyone from drawing a sword.
Yeah. If at first they weren't pleased to see you, the sight of an armored figure drawing a sword and advancing on them is enough to pitch this right over into combat, I guess. So,
Look, not only does it look unholy to her, but it's also a huge insult.
okay. There are 4. So, do you just, if people eat venison, do you hold
No,
it against
that's
them?
fine, but they're clearly using it for like an
Some
unholy
malign
ritual.
purpose?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dog magic. Blood magic.
Blood magic. Okay. So we have
You can
you
move me
3
back up.
still here. And then
I keep
All
watching on the
tests.
Twitch screen and getting really confused because it looks different.
right. Yeah. Looks fancy is what it looks like.
Oh, nice. They have 0 initiative. Let's
They
go.
have
boys.
0 initiative. They just never get to do anything. Stand there.
They don't have legs.
Not
you can't
gonna
tell because of
lie.
the robes.
When Symbaroum was the thing that we decided we're gonna play, I was like, all right, Kevin, you have to DM because I made this beautiful overlay. We have to use it.
It's great. Like, it's part of the reason I keep switching to just look at.
I have too much on my screen. I can never look at it, but it is.
Kevin, can you move me up one?
Move you up one?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Over,
because-
yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Thought you meant just increase your quick. I was like,
Yeah,
no.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
can I
do
just
that.
have that?
All right. Let's see.
Can you drop me down below Pekome, since this is kind of a bit on Pekome?
You're saying you're delaying your initiative to
Yeah.
after me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Pekome
Absolutely.
has made this decision. Everybody else must react to it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a thing she hasn't tried to fight.
6 men with the drop on her.
She didn't get to try to fight that. She had already lost the fight as soon as it started.
And the first thing she said was she would have fought them if she had her armor. 6 people, 1 health point. It's all right. I'll fight them. It was really good for Meira that she didn't have her armor. Anyway, all right. So this is all set up. Pekome, it is your turn. There are 4 cultists arrayed around this altar. Now that you have drawn your sword and started moving forward, they have pulled from beneath their robes one-handed swords, each of them. And they've turned to focus you. They're wearing cowls, you realize, under the hoods of these robes, and you can't really tell too much about them other than that they look, human.
Do any of the swords have blood on them, like it was the weapon used to kill the stag?
No.
Okay.
All of them have blood on them, though, and so, take that as you will.
All right. She'll ready her sword, put her shield in front of her, and charge the closest one.
The closest one. All right, so you just get up there and attack. Go right ahead and roll to attack against a +1 is your modifier for that.
That's a good hit.
Yeah, 7. Okay, so
if only I
you
was flanking.
strike
Mhm.
the lead cultist that's closest to the stone. You close with them just about as quickly as you can, and you lash out, and there appears to be some sort of leather that you feel in resistance beneath the robes, but it doesn't stop you from scoring a vicious blow.
Mm-hmm.
And the
She-
cultist
she
lets
had-
out. Sorry.
She had gone for a vertical slash instead of a stab, so she didn't penetrate it as much as she could have. You know?
Mhm. But it's still quite decent. It rakes across ribs and skin, and elicits a pained, half uttered sound of just discomfort from the cultist.
Speaking of pain,
And you hit the pain threshold. So, if you'd like, you could
take the
attack
free
again.
attack.
All right, go right ahead.
Learned my lesson about that. Oh, that would have been really good.
Him over.
But that would have just taken his move. He would have still stabbed me.
It's true. Okay, so he staggers back in pain, which creates an opening for Pekome to attack, but it also kind of leads to this erratic movement that she just can't quite pin, and she lashes through the air that he occupied a moment ago, and he sort of recovers himself. Karmeon, it's your turn.
yeah, Karmeon kind of charges forward, and he's not really great at this whole fighting, hurting people thing. He's pretty good at not getting hurt, but he runs forward and mostly just kind of tries to cover Pekome's flank. but he will at least, slash out with his parrying dagger.
At the same fellow?
Yeah, probably.
Go right ahead. So you will be flanking if you attack the same person. So your modifier is 3. Wow.
Roll again.
Go
Roll
ahead and
again.
confirm.
I mean,
Nope.
But
so
look,
yeah,
if it
just
had
2
succeeded-
damage.
So you
well,
get
and
2
then your
damage.
1d4.
But then, yeah, the flanking bonus die.
See, you could have done a ton of damage if it worked.
3. Okay, so that's 5 damage. So this fellow is. And I am trying to get some ink to flow here.
The ink must flow.
The ink must.
The blood ink must flow.
Okay, so he's wounded. You do not manage to hit the pain threshold. You do not quite kill him, but you do open a bloody rent through his fabric around hip level. Meira.
Mira notches an arrow and lets it fly loose.
Here comes the KS.
Same target?
Yes, the injured one.
Let fly. So your modifier is going to be 1.
Okay.
Boop.
Okay.
Hopefully he had 1 hit point.
No, I'm afraid not.
What is their strong?
His strong is
Oh,
going
yeah!
to be...
B, you should have knocked him down. Stella can pin them.
Well, I mean, what
Right.
knocking down does is it takes away their movement, which, I mean, if she pinned them, they'd already have lost their movement.
Right, but they can't get up.
They spend an actual action to get up.
But they wouldn't be able to if he was pinned. In any case, the strong is 9, so the modifier enemy disadvantage of 1.
I was mostly just hoping I'd, oh god. Well, that can't really crit fail.
No.
He's inspired by the attempt and comes up to Meira and hits her.
He has
No,
a
it's
double.
fine. Yeah, we'll just call it a normal failure.
Mhm.
And that's your turn. Okay, so the cultists strike back. We'll start with the injured one. He is going to attack Pekome because he's right in front of him. And he is flanked, so that means you are going to be rolling to defend against a disadvantage of 2.
Positive?
Yeah.
You miss.
He missed. Okay, so he swings, but he is really, really close to being done and dusted. His swing is really a weak gesture, and Pekome derisively bats it aside with her shield, which in itself evokes a pained grunt from the man. The second cultist runs up to Pekome's other side, or well, to the side that Karmeon is not on, and will attack her.
At 0?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. And Pekome successfully defends again. The third cultist will run up to Karmeon
Hey.
and attack him with a diagonal lash of her sword.
Okay.
You will be just at 0?
Well, actually, it's at 3 in my favor. Because parrying daggers are designed for parrying, and steel shields are designed for blocking.
And you can use both of them, you don't pick? Just one?
I mean, I assume so, but
Yeah,
maybe not. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Let's just assume
If
for
he's
now.
using it as his main weapon, he would get both. If he was doing like two-handed fighting.
Yeah, of course.
I think I did that wrong. I added the 3 after. Okay, so the 3 goes. Anyway, that was a an 18, not
Yeah,
a
the
21.
3 would have been included. But
Yeah.
anyway, you successfully parry this blow. Quite artfully, like a flashy rich person would. The 4th cultist dashes up to the side to flank Karmeon and attacks again. So you'll, well, not attacks again, just attacks as well. And you can go ahead and roll to defend. Now, you are flanked at this point, so there's a -2 that you'll have to deal with.
Okay.
Great. And you successfully dip away from that blow as well. And that rounds us up to Pekome leading the charge.
All right. She's gonna finish off the one they're in front of and still double teaming.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I get the flank bonus out of that.
You do.
What does it make my roll? 2? 3?
3.
Hit for 8 and then 1d4. I think he's dead, but I want to know how dead. He's very dead.
Yeah, you essentially cleave this person in 2, depending on your strike, but the cultist is extremely dead and falls away from Pekome's blade in a spray of blood.
He goes he does that desperate slash as the other one's coming in, and she manages to block both of the hits with her shield and just with her other hand jam the sword straight into his chest.
Yeah, brutal. Okay, so he's extremely dead and he's falling off of Pekome's blade right now. Karmeon.
What I would like to do, and
Yeah.
I'll roll for it if necessary,
Skilled
is
practitioner may also use this ability to analyze strengths and weaknesses.
for the rest of this combat, can I eliminate flanking as a threat or benefit? Can I position us so
you
that
want
they're
to
You're going
to
have
reposition
a-
your group in such a way that no
Yeah.
one benefits from flanking at
yes,
So basically, you're gonna have us fight defensively.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
okay.
fight. Yeah, we kind of, especially since we both have shields, we kind of just group
Uh-huh.
up, you and I.
all. You and Pekome kind of
Yeah.
stand shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah,
It's not exactly a shield wall because it's 2 people, but it is effective.
yeah,
And you
It's
manage to sort of carve out a space that you are holding to, and
Mhm.
they cannot infringe upon it. Absolutely, go right ahead.
okay. And then he slashes out, and it's
Is
not
that
very
a free
effective.
action?
No. Well, oh, the tactician.
Yeah.
It wasn't even an action. I was just kind of
Well, if you're using an
But you're
ability,
right.
it's an
If I can't attack, I can't attack. But I was.
Yeah,
It's
let
not
me
an
just
action.
take a look
action.
at your abilities real quick.
Yeah. It's kind of just
It is
part-
passive. Yeah, it says it's passive. I see.
Yeah.
To establish a strong defense. Okay. Yeah, since it's passive, I
Yeah.
guess you can
Yeah.
that attack stands. It's
Mhm.
fine. I mean, you missed, but
Yeah.
you gave it a go.
Yeah.
So you eliminate any benefits or detriments of flanking for absolutely everyone. You lash out with your parrying dagger, but don't quite manage to succeed. Meira, it is your turn.
It's
Ma-
okay. She's never dealt with flanking.
Meira will swing her bow around and notch another arrow and shoot at the one that's engaged with Karmeon.
Okay, so there are 2 engaged with Karmeon and 1 left engaged with Pekome. Just to clarify.
She will shoot the one engaged with Pekome.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Um,
You do so, go right ahead. It's going to be a disadvantage of 1 to the enemy.
Nice.
Excellent shot.
and this one is not injured, correct?
Yes,
Right.
this fellow is completely uninjured until you hit him.
That's also his pain threshold,
Yep.
isn't it?
So the arrow plunges into this this fellow's midsection, just right through the leather armor, deep into his gut. He stumbles back, and because you've triggered his pain threshold, you can choose whether he becomes prone or you can have a free attack on him again.
I'm going to attack him again.
Okay.
You're doing good damage.
Great. Another arrow launches out and catches him while he's off balance. It doesn't quite kill him, but he looks to be in extreme pain.
Mhm. You have set up Pekome very well for the finishing blow.
So one goes through and then another one.
Before he's even like regained his balance.
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's see. That was your last turn, so it's the cultist. He is going to kind of struggle upright and desperately thrust his sword at Pekome. Go ahead and roll a defense at 0 again, I think. Let me double check that.
There is no flanking anymore, so.
Yep, there's no flanking. Eckerd 0. Yep, so just a flat defense roll.
Enemy miss. Look, defending's the thing I'm good at.
Yeah, he misses. Yep, we're all well acquainted with how hard it is to hit pay cap. Next, one of the cultists will launch an attack at Karmeon.
Yet again, Karmeon mostly just tries to be as small of a target as possible.
Yep.
With as large of a defense name as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, geez, that's quite the defense. So you roll to defend, and you succeed. So another lash and another deft parry of the blow leaves Karmeon untouched. The last cultist watching these arrows fly by shifts her attention to Mayra and will lope over to close the distance to her and will attack.
Wasn't that one in combat distance of Karmeon because they were fighting already?
Yep, but there is no engagement range or flanking right now.
Oh,
Fair enough.
I didn't know if it would trigger the.
Yeah, since we're
JC
fighting
Baggy,
defensively,
thank you so much
really.
for the raid.
Yeah,
hello,
since
hello,
you're doing
kitties,
your
welcome.
two-man kind of
We are
shield
currently
formation to avoid
playing
any flanking
Symbaroum,
benefits,
which is
like that
a
is a situation that would
TTRPG
normally
game.
invoke a free attack, but I don't think it really makes sense right now.
Yeah. We're too
Right.
focused on not.
Yep. So, Mayra, you were
Warmed.
being attacked by a cultist with a one-handed sword, and it's just a flat roll with no modifier for your defense.
Okay, I will hiss with a free action.
Yes. All right. Go right at.
You critically missed it hissing. I'm kidding.
I roll again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can confirm the crit. Absolutely. Okay. So it's not a crit, but it is a very artful dodge. You can go ahead and describe however you'd like to do that.
So she hisses and she just sidesteps.
The hiss threw him off. He wasn't prepared for it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely
she,
an animalistic sound.
She had a lot of her weight into closing the distance to Mayra, and she leads into this violent lash. And when it doesn't encounter any resistance at all, she sort of stumbles past Mayra, but doesn't quite fall. Which brings us back to the top of the turn order. Peiko.
All right. With only one target facing her, she's gonna try and get him out of the way so she can go help Mayra, who's currently under attack.
Sure.
Modifier of 0. 3.
Nope. Positive 1.
Positive 1. Right. Thanks, God.
Oh. Confirm. Wow. You're really hitting the ends there.
Can I roll one more time to see which way it goes?
No, it goes the way of missing. It's just not of dire import.
No double or nothing for UV.
Yeah. That was really funny then. Okay, so Peiko lashes out at this person who is really on his last legs. However, perhaps a little too eager, she just can't connect with the man, and he stays standing.
She was distracted seeing Mayra under attack, so her blade wasn't. She didn't aim the correct way when swinging, because your hand follows the way you're looking.
Of course. So the swing goes wide, and Peiko's left still standing, the very injured cultist. And Karmeon, your turn.
Yeah, Karmeon will just keep trying to distract the one that's focused on him, and it's a 1 modifier.
It is. Okay. So you don't manage to connect, but you do keep the cultist occupied. Mayra, it's your turn.
Mayra will
Shoot.
Shoot her!
I'm going to shoot the one engaging Pekome.
Okay. Yeah, Mira can take a step back from the cultist that kind of goes stumbling past her and has a window to let an arrow fly at the injured cultist.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. 1. Oh,
So many potential crits this
okay.
fight.
Come on.
Yeah.
No.
That was it. You confirm.
That's a crit. It's a
Yeah.
success.
Heck yeah.
That's 7 damage on them.
How do you kill this cultist?
Straight through the heart.
Through the heart.
Shot
No,
through the
straight through the
heart.
throat, just like the stag behind
You just
them.
like rip out the jugular with your arrow.
Excellent.
Heck
Just
yeah.
like the stag. Poetic, man. All right. Yeah. So, Pekome lashes out at this cultist, but is distracted, and he backs up a little bit, and in doing so, opens himself up to this expertly shot arrow from Mera that just catches him in the throat, and there's a wet, gurgling rasp as he tries to breathe around this third arrow that is punched into his body. And he just kind of sags back and collapses against the stone altar behind him. That leaves the cultists. We'll start with the one that's facing Karmeon right now. So go ahead and roll to defend.
Okay.
Fantastic. Another artful parry.
This one a bit closer. They're getting
little
they're
closer.
they're on to him.
It's scraped across your dagger.
Yep. So he doesn't quite manage to connect with Karmeon. Mayra, you are under attack.
Don't get hit.
Modifier?
Just normal. 0.
Oh no.
Oh, go ahead and roll.
Oh no.
Kat, you've been critically hit.
So, how does that work for
Yeah,
enemies?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
Because you don't roll the damage for enemies.
Yep.
Assume you just double it.
That seems crazy.
I mean, it's kind of what you do.
But unless we got like a perfect world, we would not get double damage. You know.
I mean, but they're also flat. They don't get the chance at the
Mhm.
upper limits. So double for them would not be double for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
A player character that is critically damaged rolls twice whenever it makes a test and picks the worst result.
Oh,
it
so
doesn't double.
in this case,
it would be your damage negated that
yeah.
you would choose.
But in this
Which
case, it
is
was the exact same.
Just 4 both times.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fairly convenient.
Yeah.
No, I hate it.
It could have been-
No.
Should have
Would you
been
rather
double
him have done
ones.
that?
Mayra does not like this.
Mayor has never been stabbed before.
Mayra does not need extra holes in her body.
So I take 4 damage?
So you negate 4 damage, of
Oh.
which,
Okay.
which is incidentally 4, so you don't take any damage.
Oh. Lovely.
But it looked like
Which,
a
as
brutal
far as a
hit.
crit goes, very good. Well done.
It looked like a brutal
Per-
hit. though.
Perhaps, like, it looked like it would have been a blow that would have just completely gut me, but my armor just gets kind of destroyed.
Vicious attack that catches you, and it catches you with enough force that Mira kind of crumples back and loses her footing. But the angle is such that the blade bites into leather more so than it does skin. And well, you feel like you're probably going to have a pretty massive bruise afterward. You're more or less untouched. Hey, Kome.
Alright, she's gonna yell at Karmeon to not die, and then she's gonna charge the cultist that just tried to gut Mayura.
Okay, yeah, and it looks like Mayra needs the help. I mean, she's staggering under the blow. It looks a lot worse than it is. Close the distance and you may attack. You whiff.
She,
Karmeon.
she tried to go for a fatal hit.
Karmeon has the same person in front of him, and he tries the swing he just tried, hoping that they won't expect it.
Right.
They're just having a slap fight over there.
But they did.
It turns out they did expect it.
Yeah.
Mayra. Your turn.
Maida will she'll use her acrobatics.
There isn't the attack of opportunities right now. If that's what you're concerned about.
Well, I mean, it was more for
Well, it
Us
Yeah,
too,
it was
not
more
for-
for
yeah.
Karmeon and Peiko's
Yeah.
situation
Yeah.
right now. I would
Okay.
say acrobatics would be a wise decision if you're going to try to back up from this
Mhm.
person.
so acrobatics essentially lets me escape without even letting them have that. So I
Yeah.
have to roll quick.
You can click the dice icon on acrobatics. If you have it set to quick.
Okay.
or yeah, or you can just set quick and
Yeah, but then we know it's that, see?
yeah. No, I'm saying she
Okay.
could set quick if she didn't have it set to.
So with a failure, I can choose to remain in place or take the free attack. So I will just stay in place.
Okay.
And she will just take a shot at the one in front of Karmeon.
Okay. Yeah, it's not quite feasible to back away from the cultist that's attacking you. But Peikome's violent interjection into the fight has created enough of a window that you can let fly.
Neat. Crit. Oh,
Wow.
Well, that is a
Oh, wait,
one.
that's I thought it was for a second.
yeah.
Okay, you do connect. However, the arrow looks like it catches more robe than body, and the cultist is almost just irritated by the distraction from its drawn out, completely bloodless duel with Karmeon.
Karmeon parried her arrow.
So we're back to the cultists.
Mm-hmm.
The one by Karmeon will yet again try to pierce his stalwart defense.
Is he swearing at this point? Just like, would you die already?
Pretty much, yes. So Kory, if you could roll.
Oh right, I was like, I'm waiting for you to roll
No, yeah.
because this
It's in
system
your
is
court
weird.
here, mister.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's
There.
getting closer.
They're really catching on to the fact that Karmeon is good at defending but very bad at attacking.
Yeah.
And they don't have to worry as much
Okay.
about what he could do.
All right.
But once again, Karmeon manages to stay alive, as Peiko ordered.
Yep.
And the other cultist will turn to face Peiko. Given the lunging attack that would have killed her on the spot had it connected, she gathers herself up and lunges at the armored knight. Go ahead and roll to defend.
At
0.
8.
Okay, fantastic. You managed to ward the blow off with a sweep of your shield. And it's your turn.
It's revenge time.
I think it would be very difficult to ignore a giant suit of armor, like, barreling towards you noisily.
Yeah, demands attention.
And then for the attack modifier of
1.
1.
Positive.
1.
Yep.
Yeah, because you're not.
Sorry,
gonna
I
miss.
should have said it, but yep. Okay, you swing and you connect. It does hurt this cultist. You cleave through some of the leather armor.
We when they went to attack, I blocked with my blade and cut their hand with the downward slash.
Oh, excellent. I like it. Karmeon.
He gives it another good
Another
old
good old
college try.
try.
I guess
it
I should have
one?
told. Yeah, it's one. I guess I should have told Karmeon to kill the guy.
Yeah, Karmeon flails out with a dagger and then yells out, "I miss my rapier!"
All right. So that's an attack, and yeah, I mean, holding a shield in one hand and a parrying dagger in the other really limits your offensive capability. And Karmeon's feeling it right now. Let's see.
All right, Mayra, they turned away from you. Loose
Yeah,
an arrow
Mayra.
into the back of their head.
If you'd like to make another acrobatics test to get some distance, you're welcome to.
They are both wounded. By like 1 point, but they're both wounded.
All right, I get out.
Wait, are they both wounded?
Huh?
Yeah. She. Oh no.
Oh no,
He's
her
never actually
arrow
hit.
didn't do any damage to that
Right.
cultist.
And Kory's never actually hit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one in front of you is wounded.
So Meira lunges out of combat distance, melee distance, and then will unload the arrow into the back of the one engaged with Pekome.
Okay, give it a go.
Good hit.
Solid.
And then what is it? Strong?
The strong was.
It was a 0, right? The last
No.
time.
The modifier of +1 to your test.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay, so you pin. It's a successful pinning shot on this cultist.
Right into the Achilles.
Down to that much HP, and it is the cultist's turn. The one engaged in this extremely long duel with Karmeon is probably like tired just from attacking at this point, but does so once more. Go ahead and roll a flat defense.
Yeah.
You see, he's just going with the Iraqi strats of it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how
Exhaust.
hard you can get hit.
Yeah. Okay, another successful defense. Pekome? Or sorry, yes, Pekome, you are going to be attacked. Go ahead and roll a flat defense.
Flat defense. I feel like I want to get hit this time. No. No one's gonna get hit.
No one's gonna get hit. She's flagging just from exhaustion, but you managed to block your flagging from exhaustion. Honestly, Peka's probably feeling a little lightheaded. She's lost a lot of blood over the past couple days, but she manages to keep from losing any more for the moment, and it is Pekome's turn.
How wounded does the one in front of me look?
Not very.
Not very. Okay.
I'm sorry, that's not true. Pretty.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Here is the at +1. My memory's terrible for these rolls.
Yes, you were correct. +1. Solid hit. You
Ooh.
dispatch this cultist.
Mayra just like shoots them in the leg, trapping them in place. They try to step to the side, fall down, and as they're falling, Pekome just twirls and slices across their neck.
Excellent. Yeah, the head flies free. It's a vicious strike. There's a moment's tension as the blade catches on her spine, but then she's dead. And you're down to just one cultist, and it is Karmeon's turn to try and score a blow.
This is your moment of truth.
Nope. Karmeon misses, surprisingly.
Look, you gotta give people objectives they can do.
Mayra.
Meira wheels around and lets.
That was a good.
Excellent. Yeah, you get a solid hit in there. This time,
He's
Your arrow.
finally wounded.
sinks in through robe and leather and connects with the man below. He lets out a pained grunt, but is still standing. And it is his turn. He will once more attack Karmeon.
At this point, he's just like, fuck it, if I die, I'm just stabbing this bastard.
At least getting one single hit in on him.
Yeah, there's no running from an archer, right? So he's just committed.
Yeah. This time, Karmeon gets back into his proper groove and manages to ward the guy off and look good doing it.
Excellent.
The arrow really helped him recover.
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks darn stylish.
Alright. Pekome's gonna point her sword at the last cultist, and she's gonna tell them that this is their last chance to surrender.
Last
And
chance.
no-
You didn't
la-
give a chance to surrender before.
It's still the last one.
The first chance can be the last chance.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you say that, the man staggers back and he looks at the others who have died, and there's this sort of clear. I mean, you can't see his face, right? Because he's wearing a mask, but you can see, his mouth and his lips, and there's this kind of wavering moment portrayed there before he kind of braces himself. And he shakes his head and bares his teeth, and he says, "Sarath will come for you," and pitches himself at Karmeon again. Not in an actual attack, but just in spirit.
Right, well, diplomacy was attempted. Gonna go stab.
Okay. That's fine.
Has flanking returned now that
Nope.
we're no longer defensive?
No, Karmeon got rid of it for
Okay.
the whole fight.
Okay. That one.
Tactical magic.
Okay. So that is a hefty amount of damage, but is not his pain threshold and does not kill him.
She, Pekome just, runs right behind him and slashes him across the back.
Yeah, and solid connection it is. Karmeon.
Oh, that would have been the perfect time.
Surprising no one. Does
Alright.
not get a hit. Mayra.
Oh no.
All right, another shot that connects, but doesn't really seem to do quite much. However, he is injured enough that the wound, I mean, it doesn't hurt him, but it staggers him a little bit, and he's clearly panting right now. He's bleeding from multiple places.
Is it enough for her to pin him? Or do the
No.
pin?
I
Does she-
don't know. I thought
does she-
the attack had to do damage, but I could be wrong.
No, it just says the attack deals damage as usual, and if the target is wounded. Okay, so I guess
Oh.
it doesn't have to.
I guess as long
Well,
as...
it says if the
When it
target
said
is
wounded, I thought it meant
Yeah.
by that attack,
Yeah.
more so than just condition is wounded.
Oh, okay. So that means I can open with this, and it would. I don't have to.
Yeah. So you can hit someone, and if I think what it
Oh.
means is if you do successfully harm them, you are given the chance to pin them.
That makes a lot more sense. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
That's a
Okay.
very good thing for us to now know.
Yeah. So he's going to attack Karmeon because he looks. Actually, no, he's not. He's
Who?
sick of trying to pierce Karmeon's guard. He looks like a fop, and he's wearing a shield or he's using a shield and a dagger, and it's frustrating, but it's also very difficult to hit. So he'll wheel around and stagger towards Pekome and lash out at her in response to the attack.
But she's also got a shield.
Yeah, I mean, she's covered in armor and she also has a shield, so he scrapes his sword along her shield and lets out this enraged cry. And it's Peiko's turn.
All right.
Okay. You dispatch him.
She's going. It just scrapes across her shield, and she just grabs him by the wrist, tosses him on the ground, and stabs him in the back.
Okay. Yeah, you cast him to the ground and step up, and he starts to say something, but it's cut off by a couple inches of steel. And just like that, all 4 cultists are dead. Because of the manner of which you encountered them, you don't really have any evidence or knowledge of what they were doing other than the stone altar and the dead deer.
Maida digs through their pockets.
Immediate looting.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me see. There were 4 bodies.
Maida is broke as shit.
What are you talking about? You kept your 3 things.
Between the 4 bodies, you find 24 shillings.
Maida pockets all of them.
Yeah, they don't really seem to be carrying anything else other than their robes and their cowls and masks.
Can we find the source of the weapon that was used to butcher the stag?
Yeah, so on the altar, as you approach it, you will find, sort of on the far side of the stag from where you approach the clearing, there is a somewhat ornate bone dagger that has a pretty sharp curve to it and a sharpened inside edge. It almost looks like it's been carved to resemble a claw. And it is bloodied at the tip. The hilt is wrapped in hide and sinew to form a sort of a handle.
What was that name we were threatened with?
Sarath. Or Sareth, I guess I said, actually. Sareth.
Sore ass.
That's kind of a stretch.
Maida will stick the dagger in her backpack.
What are you doing with that? That is an unholy weapon.
You will report this to Thistlehold and tell them that there are cultists nearby.
I appreciate that while shifting the weight of the cursed black gift on her shoulder, Kome was like, "That's cursed, you shouldn't touch that. My sword screams in battle and spews black flames, but that's off
Yes.
limits, that dagger."
Yes, and?
Alright. Absolutely. I just said I appreciate it. Alright. So the clearing is empty. You may continue to search around if you like for anything else, or you can make up lost time and hit the road.
Pekome is gonna take a moment and rest her head against the head of the stag and whisper a small prayer.
Okay. Is it a silent prayer?
Yes.
Okay. Then I won't ask what she said. So you commune with the dead stag a little bit and carry on. Is anyone else doing anything in this area, or are your folks interested in moving on?
Yeah, Karmeon wants to move on rather quickly.
Yeah.
And kind of just looks like he feels bad for everyone that's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Good job not dying.
And Mayra is done now that she's looted everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Karmeon answers Pekome with a rather earnest, "I've been practicing."
And off they go.
Your group continues. You snag the reins of your horse once more and guide it along. The rest of the day's travel is quiet, and by the time that you make camp for the evening, you are confident that the next day's travel ought to bring you back to Thistlehold. But you can't see the gleaming tower in the distance or anything like that quite yet. Go ahead and have another night's rest. Are you going to have a watch out?
Maida will watch.
And
We don't
that's
have
in
any-
air quotes.
We don't have any more puzzles to go.
Kevin, do you have a text info dump for the journal that was acquired off of Eldis's body? Or just a general
did you take
summation?
the journal? Are you opening
Yeah.
it up and reading it?
Yeah, he'll probably do that as part of his rest and head to sleep.
Absolutely, you do. So I don't have anything to copy to right now, but I'll type it in at some point later.
Okay, cool.
As far
That's
as
all.
when you're reading it, you do page through what looks to be a fairly professional account of your journey out, and it measures up quite nicely with your experience of your journey out with Aldous and the others. There are some additional notes that become far more animated when you reach the ruins. You recall that Aldous was not one of the members of your party that advocated staying to investigate. But now that you're reading, you can tell that she was very excited at the prospect of being someone who had firsthand at what treasures might be hidden beneath. There's one entry in particular that's been written with far less grace than the rest of the journal, and you suspect that she wrote it at some point after Karmeon and Aro went up to collect supplies. It describes Bimilo finding and uncovering the passageway that you must have just assumed had always been that way because you didn't notice anything odd about it, that led to the staircase that led to the lower levels. It also describes a chalice that she found upon investigating deeper and becoming separated from Bimilo, that stood in that central room that the three of you explored earlier today, or yesterday at this point. Now, you didn't see the chalice, but you could assume that is what laid in the middle of the black altar that you found. And who knows where it is now. There's also mention of the consequences of taking the altar, being that something was angered, and she has a very brief description of a unusually tall creature dressed in the most regal finery she's ever seen, that railed at her in a language she could not understand before undead soldiers arrived and gave chase. And it looks like there may be more, but it trails off into illegibility.
Okay. I guess he'll probably copy that last bit into his own journal. And then he will kind of pass on that to everyone else. But other than that, he's still kind of prepared to pass Aldis's effects on to her family.
Yeah. And that copy might have a little more inference on Karmeon's interpretation, because it is rather piecemeal. It's more phrases and keywords than a fully coherent stream of thought or anything like that. But all right, fantastic. Mayra keeps watch, and I won't make you roll for it. Things are. I'm just gonna assume you fail, honestly.
Wow!
Things are quiet. No,
No, he's just keeping in character.
Look.
Please do roll for oh wow! I was gonna give you a positive modifier, but you don't even need to. So yeah, it's quiet. You do notice that there is something that moves in the darkness in the second hour of your watch. I assume Mayra took first watch?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So not long after everyone has gone to sleep, you see in the distance something moving against the darkness. And it is extremely large. It looks like it might be one of the colossi that you've heard about and seen in the distance before. But it moves rather quietly for how close it must be. And close is relative. I mean, it looks like it's probably at least 50 yards away. You can barely make it out in the darkness. But with its size, you'd expect more. And it's passing. And it doesn't look as though it turns towards your group at all. Unless Mayra were to pursue or, give chase or call attention, it will just continue on.
Quick, to shoot an arrow at it.
Maida will just kind of pause from where she's just lightly patrolling the little camp they have. She just kind of looks on in wonder watching it pass by in the darkness. And there's something quite humbling about a very, very, very large creature just passing by. Your presence is so insignificant.
It is. And it's almost equal parts inspiring and disconcerting. I mean, among the Odayova, you're not even sure whether a colossus is a natural beast that has been tamed by witches, if they exist in the wild, or if they're constructs of life and bent by magic to serve a particular purpose. It's something you hear about far more than you see, but this one, as it passes, is something to think about, and then it's gone, and all you have is the memory. The rest of the night passes quietly, and the next day you are able to set off again. Mera will make another discrete roll, and the modifier is still 0 because it resets each time you have an encounter, which for you...
We have one more quick thing, though. Does Kory attempt to heal Pekome anymore before we leave?
This is the start of the new day, so yeah. Definitely still in need of some aid. Pekome is.
Every time her old wounds heal, she just gets new wounds.
So Karmeon will yet again have a point.
Pekome doesn't remember what it's like to not be in pain.
Pekome is kind of an edgelord. Her whole life has been pain.
Everything is pain.
Yeah.
Alright.
Fantastic. Peko regenerates a point of HP. Everyone gets some good rest in because Karmeon has not been distracted tonight by the puzzle blocks. And you set off again. Mayura, please go ahead and roll discreet.
Hell yeah!
You do it. You navigate.
So, Mayra, inspired by the Colossus, the great shadow that moved through the darkness, she decides to take inspiration from this, and as they're moving, she leads them further away from the river, taking to the shelter of the forest and the twisting paths of it. And she keeps at a pace that is well enough that they are going to not lag behind too far, but not so fast to draw attention. She's being mindful of her company, especially Pekome's injuries and struggles.
And whereas on the way there, Pekome had forced them to go along the river, this time she's like really letting Mayra lead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the trip has taken it out of you, right? Like there's not much room left for bickering anymore. At least not now. And it's a long last day as you approach Thistlehold, but Mayra deftly navigates the way. At one point, there are tracks that suggest a group might be nearby, but a few deft adjustments. Make sure you don't meet, because honestly, that's just the best way to deal with that sometimes. And as the sun begins to set and the light begins to darken just a little bit through the trees, you do finally see the beacon rising over the tree line. That's the ever-burning flame indicative of Thistlehold. And it probably brings a wave of relief for each of you, and maybe renewed grief as the realization that your trip is over. And, Mayra's carrying her brother's body on a horse back, but you've made it, you've returned, and that is where we'll end our session for the night, the close of the journey.
Yay!
Woo!
Oh my gosh, this was so much fun.
I'm so excited that you guys
out alive. It just took one character dying and me rolling a character based entirely around you guys not dying.
Yeah. I mean, last session, it looked like it was going to be a party wipe, and this session, it easily could have been. There were a number of ways that could have happened.
But look, we've at this point it's become part of Pekome's character to like go to the brink, but then just hold on.
Yeah. I will just caution you that most people whose identity is going to the brink time and time again do find the edge. But so far you haven't. It's great. It's really great. And I'm glad you guys made it. Awesome. So next session we'll deal with re-entering Thistlehold. Obviously there are a lot of things that go into that, so it'll take a while. But successful trip. Great job, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to say real quick, thank you so much to Obdurant for dungeon mastering this game of Symbaroum. Very excellent storytelling here. And I want to say real quick a few shout outs before we head off for the evening.
Yeah, I want to thank Stella for hosting us and making that beautiful overlay.
Thanks. I want to say, Geek Dice, thank you so much for the gift sub to Stellybot earlier today. I forgot to mention that. Mercury Ion, thank you so much for the bits. Really, really appreciate you coming by, and I appreciate everyone that stopped in and showed their love. JC Baggy, thank you so much for the raid at the very end there. And, yeah, I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your evening. V is a streamer here on Twitch. Why don't you tell everyone what you're all about, what you like to do?
I love to play video games, and I love to hang out with my friends, and my channel's a lot about sharing both of that with everyone.
Awesome. And if you want to see more of V and I, we do a thing on Mondays, Mixed Monday Madness, where we play various games. We've been playing Telltale series games, and we provide saucy commentary, very interesting gameplay. It's all good fun. We will be live tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time playing a Destiny 2 raid. That's probably going to be led by Obdurant. Wow. Alright, thank you all so much. We're going to go raid somebody. Have a good night. Bye.
Bye.